unlock a new world of efficiency with Asana.
Does your internet bill keep getting higher? That's because promo pricing is full of surprises. At Google Fiber, there's no install fees, no nonsense. It's the same price every month. Visit fiber.google.com to get the same price we've offered since 2012.
All right. Hello, and welcome all to the conference this fine day. Tis I, Draco Umbra, CEO of Umbra Corp, and I'd like to take this moment to thank the viewers that are viewing and the followers that are following for joining us this fine and lovely day. How's everyone doing today? I hope you all having a good Sunday. Hope you all are having a good day, and I hope you all had a very fun weekend. Man, it's a shame, isn't it? It's Sunday, tomorrow is Monday, and arguably Monday is always going to be the worst day of the week because it just reminds you that the weekend's over and that the new day and the new week has started. But hey, at least we're still alive. So, it's the small things that count. So, I had to get up a little early today. I don't know if I told you guys or not last stream, but today I had to go to a meeting to talk about stuff that's happening at my company. I gotta tell you, man, I'm not the biggest fan of meetings. Never have been. Don't know why. I don't understand the concept of going to a meeting, singing a group, no donuts, no coffee, no none of that, and we just gotta sit there and talk about like what we're doing for the month and stuff. I feel like half the stuff that we talk about at the meeting, we could just have like a Google Doc, print it off, hand it to us, and be like, "All right, guys, this is what's expected for this month." You know what I mean? Like sometimes it's good to be able to just like listen to people, like have their own input of what we should do at the store, but that won't happen. There's a certain way that they want it done, and they'll have it done that certain way. Which isn't a bad thing by all means. It's just that, why even like have a meeting, Plus, half the time, the stuff that we talk about doesn't even get enforced. So, again, why even bother? Not to mention the fact that, normally on Sundays, if it's my day off, I'd like to do like a little longer stream. Which I need to get really more into that. I really need to get into the whole, getting up in the morning and streaming so I can stream for a little bit longer for everybody. I'm still working on that. Because I actually looked at my analytics on my Twitch. And I really need to start streaming more often because turns out I am woefully behind now on becoming affiliate, which I think I've mentioned this before in the past. I don't really care about becoming an affiliate, honestly. I literally do this just for fun, more or less. I'm not doing this to be like, the next big streamer. I'm not doing this to become the new kid on the block or whatever. I'm doing this because it's fun. It's fun just to be able to sit down and just watch stuff with other people, And a lot of people have been like, what about becoming a Twitch affiliate? Then you can start getting money and start upgrading your stuff more often and stuff. That's not guaranteed, though. And plus, here's the thing. I don't want streaming to be like a new job, Like, the reason why I like streaming is because it gives me the freedom to play video games or react to content or so on and so forth without having to worry about doing it within a certain amount of time. Otherwise, I don't get paid or advertisers won't look at me. I do it because, again, I like, hanging out with you guys. I like streaming with you guys, stuff like that. Speaking of, so I mentioned this the other day on X. I made a little bit of a joke. I made a joke saying, "Man, I'm getting really burned out from Honkai Star Rail. Maybe it's time for me to play something else." Oh, wait a minute! And then I posted a screenshot, not a screenshot, but a picture of the Elder Scrolls Oblivion remake. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to squash this theory right now. No, I'm not playing the Elder Scrolls Oblivion remake on stream. I'm not doing it. I can't. I won't. I won't do it mainly for one reason. I've already played the Elder Scrolls Oblivion, the original, on stream a few months ago. Actually, last year, in fact. And as much as I enjoyed playing the game, I really do not want to just dive right back into a game despite it being remastered. And I know a lot of people are going to be a little upset about that. And I get it. I get why people would be upset about that. I do. But consider it through my perspective. I literally just got done playing and beating the game on my Xbox. Why would I want to go back and do it again? Now, is that saying that I'm not playing the game in my free time? Oh, I am. I'm playing the game on my free time, and I gotta tell you, I've seen some of the character models in the remake, and oh my god, like some of them look badass. Like for example, the Argonians look really awesome. The Khajiit look really awesome. The Dark Elves are given the respect they're finally earned. And the Nords they really look meet the Viking motif, which I like. Then I looked at the Imperials. I'm like, I'm like, why does my Imperials look like Burning Man guys now? What happened? The Imperials finally found the legendary herb known as Mary Jane. Real talk. If you think that marijuana was in the Elder Scrolls Oblivion, would it be as popular as like scuba and stuff like that? Probably not. I feel like they would find ways to get there in certain retrospects. Well, now with that being said, let's go ahead and talk about what we're going to be trying to do today. So to kind of like I said earlier, I want to try to not focus too much on streaming Honkai Star Rail today. So today we're going to do something a bit more entertaining. As you guys know, I do like watching YouTube videos on YouTube because I like YouTube videos. I know a bit redundant for me to say that, but But there's one content creator that I love to watch, and his name is The Salt Factory. I don't know why, but I love his critique on video games. It's so, not even professional. It's like one of those things where he talks about it in such of a matter-of-fact way. If you recall, last year, I did a reaction to him talking about the Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Well, he also has a much older video critiquing Oblivion. Not the remastered, the original. And as much as I'm sure he would probably stream the Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered on his own personal channel, I doubt he would actually try to go in and stream the game again. But hey, maybe he will. Maybe he will stream the game. I don't know why you would want to stream the game. The game is pretty much carbon copy of what Oblivion, the original, was. It's just with a fresh coat of paint. But I figured to myself, you know what? It's been so long since we've done a reaction video that I kind of want to do a reaction video. And as a little bit of a bonus, we could also, a little peek behind the curtain, we could also do it like this, where once I'm done reacting, we could say go on to stream the game. Which I'm not saying I don't want to take a full break from Honkai Star Rail, but I feel like just having the whole stream being Honkai Star Rail is just disingenuous. It's not fun, So, with that in mind, I actually have the video in particular booted up now. And, and again, the movie, The video itself is called "Was Oblivion as Good as I Remember? My Analysis After an 8-Year Hiatus." Now, I'm assuming that means that because the Soul Factory is not a long-time streamer or content creator, so I'm assuming when he says 8-year hiatus, I'm pretty sure that means that he didn't play the game for more than 8 years. Which I can understand, because when it comes to playing the Elder Scrolls, my way of playing the game has been horrendously mismatched. So I started with Daggerfall, then I played Skyrim, then Oblivion, then Morrowind, then I played the first one, Elder Scrolls Arena. I have never touched the Elder Scrolls Online. I'm not interested in playing an MMO style with the Elder Scrolls. Plus, I've heard some good things. I've heard some really bad things about the game. I'm just like, I don't care enough to really, you know what I mean? So anyway, with that being said, how about we go ahead and move to this screen? There we go. And get started. I'm going to react to this video, and he does another one with, like, you know, the DLC and the side quests, certain side quests and stuff. We might watch that as well. We'll see how it goes. So let's just turn off the music, and let's get started. And again, I want to go ahead and mention this is the Soul Factory, and go and support him. I am not taking this video. I'm simply reacting to it. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay? And Salt, in the very, very small chance that you hear about me reacting to your videos, you're cool, dude. You're such a cool man. Like I feel like you're genuinely one of the content creators where I could have a beer with you, and you would just go on a near 30-minute rant on why Starfield is one of the biggest pieces of garbage that Bethesda has ever created. Wait a minute. Did he ever? No, I don't think he did. I don't think Soul Factory has actually done a video on Starfield, which is kind of interesting, not gonna lie. Anyway, let's get started.
Recently, I've found myself wondering about Skyrim's longevity in the video game scene. It's an old joke at this point, but here we are in 2018, and Skyrim is still something I see pop up into my various feeds pretty frequently. It's
Yeah. Oh, also, I will say that I kind of do. That's well, all right then. But no, one of the things that I will do during the stream is every now and then I will pause it to give my own critique. And he's absolutely right. I feel like there's more Skyrim like videos and content than there are Oblivion and stuff like that. But then again, when you have to consider the fact that Skyrim has way more mods, way more like support and stuff like that, that makes sense. And again, keep in mind, I've played Skyrim. I've played Skyrim on stream. I've played it off my free time, and yeah, yeah, it's a bit of a mess.
rather odd to me, considering that every time a new and better version of Skyrim is announced, all I hear and see are memes, jokes, and general complaining about the decision to release yet another adaptation of everyone's favorite 2011 masterpiece. It's gotten to the point where I've found myself thinking about the game that was released before Skyrim. Not that one. No. That's the
Oh, how little did he know. How little did he know that we all not only got 2 more remasterings, we also got a remastering plus a expansion pack, which basically is just a whole bunch of mods thrown into a game. That's fucking like, legitimately, as much as I love Skyrim, Bethesda really called it when they said, let's make another expansion, but with mods that you have to pay for. And I can't talk shit because I paid for it, but it really is one of those situations where we as a fan base basically said, oh my god, more content from Skyrim, yay! And again, I'm part of the problem too, because I've done the same thing, but it's just like damn. Like damn, and more damn.
one. Yes.
Wait, hold on. What the hell did I just say?
Almost there. That's the one. Well,
bro, there ain't no way. I've never noticed that. From the makers of the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim comes the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. Nah. Oh, man. The worst part is I can absolutely see that being a thing, though. Like, because, I mean, I'm not saying that Oblivion was their best, but it's very clear that once Skyrim came out and it became as popular as it did, because so many people did so many reactions, so many playthroughs. Hell, to this day, there are still people like me, like, VTubers, PNG tubers, and so on and so forth. They are still playing Skyrim to this day and streaming Skyrim to this day. It's actually mind-boggling. In fact, there's actually a video game, someone who plays video games. I think his name is Nurbit. He does can you beat the Elder Scrolls Oblivion with only your blank or something like that. I might do a reaction video to him too because he's actually really cool. I like him. He's also another guy that I love watching videos of. But that's for another time. Anyway, but yeah, that's wild. From the makers of the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, we come with a slightly inferior version of the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. Damn, Todd. Damn, Bethesda. Damn, ZeniMax. What the hell?
Well, close enough. Yes, Oblivion. While not my very first Elder Scrolls game, it's definitely the one that I sunk the most time into, and the one that I remember most fondly.
I was different. Mine was Skyrim. Skyrim was the one that I sunk more of my time into. More than I should have, honestly.
Watching the amount of love that Skyrim gets from Bethesda, which may or may not be because of the money it brings in, got me wondering if I'd been holding Oblivion on a higher pedestal due to nostalgia, or if it was really as good as I remembered it being. After all, the last time I really played Oblivion was about 8 years ago, before Skyrim's first release. So I downloaded Oblivion in its unmodded state and began to play through the game with a fresh perspective.
Real talk, I have never played Oblivion with mods, mainly because I don't have the ability to do that. I've been told by a lot of fans that I should play Oblivion with mods because there are some Oblivion mods that are just absolutely amazing. And you know what's interesting? Legitimately, you want to know what's interesting to me? They released the Elder Scrolls Remastered Edition, right? But yet they never, and hear me on this, they never actually I don't think they put Creation Club stuff in it, right? So they re-released the Oblivion, the Elder Scrolls Oblivion remastered, but have zero mod support or Creation Club for the consoles, which is odd to me. I respect it though because it makes sense, but it feels kind of weird that Bethesda doesn't want to stick their toes in that resource. Yet Fallout 4 and the Elder Scrolls V is just flooded to the brim with just absolute tomfuckery when it comes to mods and stuff. Just a little interesting little tidbit that I noticed.
I realize this is a 12-year-old game now, so I'm not really going to rag on its various bugs or graphics too much.
The fuck is that?
I will be basing my analysis on how much fun I had overall with the game and its quest lines, and present my evaluation based off of my own feelings and standards for how things should or shouldn't play out. I will not be including the Shivering Isles, because my script is already 12 pages long without it. Just know that the Shivering Isles are very fun and a welcome addition to the game.
Yes.
Let's take it from the top. You have zero idea how much this song excites me.
Oh, no. I agree. As much as I love the intro to the Elder Scrolls Skyrim, and as much as I love the intro to Morrowind, Oblivion's is very... how do I say it? it's like with Skyrim, it has this like thing of like, oh my god, we're about to explore a land infested with dragons and it's in danger, and only you are the one to save the world. Meanwhile, with Morrowind, it's like, oh, you're in a very different land you've never seen before. It's glorious and splendor with a whole bunch of mystery and intrigue behind it, and so on and so forth. But with Oblivion, it's like, welcome to the kingdom, everybody. Look at how regal we are. Look at how awesome this place is. And then you hear like, the subtle tones behind it. And you're like, oh, but don't worry, there's going to be excitement here too. You just wait. It's going to get wild. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just something that I figured. I kind of figured,
Anyways, you start in a cell because every Elder Scrolls game needs you to be a prisoner.
Yep.
Daggerfall. And
Yeah.
use the secret escape tunnel that's hidden in your cell for some reason, and then realizes you're pretty cool.
You are the one from my dreams.
Stop.
Tutorial your way through the sewers and wind up making your class after watching the Emperor die before your own eyes. Even for its time, this is a pretty cookie-cutter start as far as beginnings go. But the class creation is actually where my interest in the game started to pick up again. I love this type of character creation, and I miss it in a lot of modern-day action RPGs. It's a very old-school, pen-and-paper type of creation, where I can make something semi-unique while still being able to train and dabble in all the other skills on the list. I will say it's not perfect in my opinion. I think not getting any XP for leveling minor skills isn't a good mechanic. But I also think that if the minor skills did give XP, then 7 major skills would be too many.
A lot of people argue that being able to choose acrobatics, athletics, and whatnot is stupid because it's easy to cheese them. I say that if you really wanted to cheese levels in this game, you could do it easily with almost any set. That's true. That's true. There are so many ways to cheese this game. It's actually like unbelievable. And I will say that the one thing that I feel like that I feel like he kind of also missed out on, maybe, or I say he missed out on. He might talk about it a little bit more in a minute. I feel like what I don't like about the character creation is that there are certain skills and certain abilities that obviously complement each other, and certain skills and certain abilities that obviously don't. Like, if you're going to create a class that specializes in blunt weapons, like two-handed blunt weapons, maybe don't pick like, personality, speed, agility, and so on, right? Because it's not gonna complement the blunt real well. Or if you're gonna choose a class that's about like, sneaking, you really don't need to pick the strength class. You know what I mean? So it kind of feels like when you create your own class and then you say, oh, well, I want someone who is intelligent but also who's also, got a good personality. You've pretty much locked yourself out of potentially many good character routes, Like, if I remember correctly, didn't I play as a rogue in my playthrough of Oblivion? See, I originally I didn't want to do that because there is just not a lot of good light armors out there. And then once you become part of the Brotherhood, I mean, the robes of the Brotherhood are just so cheesable, Like their stats are just too good to ignore. I don't know, just something to think about.
Problem here is that it takes 10 increases in any major skill to level up.
Yep.
I could go on about this system for a long time, so let's just move on from it. After crawling through the sewers and being bombarded with 1,000 quests, you're now free to go wherever you feel.
You're just gonna drag him with you.
I'm trying to work my way into the Blades. This entire part of the quest line was never memorable to me. I vaguely recalled the bit about Martin being the son of the king, but I did remember Kvatch pretty well.
They say he actually went into an Oblivion gate and destroyed it.
After all, it's
Yeah.
where the first gate to Oblivion is located. These hell portals still do an amazing job of creeping me out in a way that I did not expect. It's really a testament to how well the concept of Oblivion gates were done in this game. When I'm expecting the gate to be there, and it still sends shivers down my spine, that's an extremely well done experience.
I will say this right now. I think the Oblivion Gates was probably the best part of the experience of Oblivion. Because he's absolutely right. It's one of those things where, you know, you look at all of Oblivion, right? And it's pretty much your standard, typical, stereotypical, you know, D&D trope of, you know, a land that you can traverse, explore, get gear, and so on, right? But then you see something like, you know, Oblivion Gate, you're like, okay, that shouldn't be there. That looks wrong. You know what I mean? Like, it gives off this feeling of, oh my god, yeah, holy crap, it's an Oblivion Gate, whoa! But then you actually look at it and you're like, wait a minute, why is this here, though? Like, this breaks the norm of the game. It's kind of like with the Elder Scrolls Skyrim. Like, we knew we was going to be fighting dragons because it pretty much talked about throughout the game until we fight a dragon. And when we fight a dragon, it's one of those, holy crap, we just fought a dragon. But it's not actually a dragon, it's more of a wyvern because it has 2 back legs and no 2 front legs. And dragons traditionally have 4 legs, but still, holy crap, it's a dragon. But eventually, kind of like with Skyrim, though, it feels like, you know, you see one Oblivion Gate, you're like, whoa! And you keep seeing the Oblivion Gates, you're still like, whoa! But then after a while, you're just like, oh, that's right, I have to go into these things and stop them from the inside. Know what I mean?
Think about it. These gates could have easily been shrines or pedestals that have no weather or sound effects.
Yeah.
You touch them and then you just get transported into hell, and that's the experience. Instead, you're traveling around Cyrodiil and suddenly the sky goes dark and this massive red portal is looming in the middle of the woods, and you were just looking for a bear cave for your bear quest, and now you're wondering
what the fuck?
What went wrong. This kind of experience...
Why is there 2 so close to each other? What?
And I very much love the emotion that the outside of these portals evoke. The inside of them is a different story. Yes, walking into your first portal is a pretty awesome experience. The contrast between the hellish wastes of Oblivion is a tremendous leap from Cyrodiil's rolling hills and flowing rivers.
Yeah, exactly.
The gameplay experience is lackluster at best. Once you get over the change in scenery, Oblivion Gates become one of the most stale and boring challenges in the entire game. The randomly appearing gates come in 7 different variations, but all of them have the same flavor of giving you the runaround treatment while you try your damnedest to make it to the Sigil Stone and close the portal. Here's a breakdown of one of the gates that I did clear. Alright, you start with these 3 towers to choose from. One's closed off by lava, so choose one of the other 2. Both are wrong. Walk in and admire the blazing fire and body rain. Head upstairs, fighting off various roving gangs of Darth Mauls, until you make it to this bridge that makes it easier to get to the ground.
Right.
Reload your save, go back inside, and go up more stairs until you get to the Blood Fountain. Then wait for an hour, negating the usefulness of the Blood Fountain. Go up more winding ramps until you get to the top, where you meet the toughest enemy in the entire gate, this Triceratops. You then pull this lever and ask yourself, where's the other lever? Spoiler alert, the other tower. So you make your way back down one World Trade Center and across to its twin in the hopes that the lever is at the entrance. It isn't. It's just another charging chuck and its patented ability of jumping in the air and clapping 3/4 of your health away. Continue up and come to the realization that a German engineer has laced this tower with bouncing betties and continue to mash T in the hopes that enemies won't be nearby. Make your way all the way up this tower, pull the lever, go out the door just in time to watch the bridge retracting and wonder if you did this whole thing wrong. Tell yourself you didn't to help yourself feel better, and then hop down to the new tower, fight more demons. Finally, defeat this guy and take the dark sign from the altar. Immediately regret standing too close to the erupting volcano. This time, secure the dark matter and back a safe 10 feet away from the sunbeam. Weep gently as you realize that you need to do this 7 more times if you want to complete the Allies for Bruma quest. I realize it.
I hate it so much, but how he explains it makes so much sense, though. And I feel like I mentioned this back when I was playing the Oblivion, on stream, but he's exactly right. Like after your first portal, like looking at the portals is cool, but going into them and then doing what you gotta do to close them is just kind of blah, you know? Hopefully, and like I said, I'm playing the remastered version myself outside of streaming. Hopefully the remastered version fixes that problem, makes them a little bit more engaging and a little bit more fun. Because I gotta tell you, man, running through hell just to grab a stone is kind of bullshit. I'm not gonna lie. Like what if it was a situation where like there was a guardian or something, like a guardian of that specific part of Oblivion, and you had to fight him / her / them in order to close the gate, and the stone is more or less just like a prize. You know what I mean? Like that would be more interesting. Just running up a few staircases, you don't even have to fight the other guys. You just run past them. Running past them, going up some stairs, and then just grabbing the stone and then kicking off somewhere else. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it sounds fun at first until you do it so many times, just like,
They tend to blow things out of proportion, but I really don't know how else to stress that I spent around 40 minutes doing the same thing multiple times. I don't mind if I spend 40 minutes doing something that's unique and fun and keeps my interest. I do mind it when I get done with a quest and I look at the clock and I go, wow, I spent a lot of time on that.
Yeah.
It sucks because on one hand I do enjoy the idea that all hell is literally breaking loose. But that
Agreed.
gets soured when I remember what it's like to clear one of these many, many gates. It's the patented Bethesda maneuver of quantity over quality that's later echoed in Skyrim and Fallout 4's Radiant quest systems.
Jesus Christ.
There were 9 Oblivion gates representative of the 9 circles of hell, or something similar to that sentiment. But the trade-off there would be the lack of gates resulting in the world feeling a lot less invaded. But let's move away from that. Let's talk about guilds. Guilds in Oblivion were my absolute favorite part of the game when I played through it before.
Same.
So naturally, when I began to replay...
Same. Save for the Mages Guild, because the Mages Guild fucking sucks. I don't care how you feel about it. The Mages Guild in Morrowind sucks. The Mages Guild in Oblivion sucks. The Mages Guild in Skyrim fucking sucks. Like, legitimately, if I had to say 2 my favorite guilds in the game, easily the Thieves Guild, easily the Dark Brotherhood. As much as I love the Fighters Guild, it's the Fighters Guild. You know exactly what you're getting yourself into. But the Thieves Guild, you know what I think about the Thieves Guild? The Thieves Guild, you get to steal a fuck mothering Elder Scroll. You legitimately get to steal an Elder Scroll. How many games do you get to do that to, huh? Like, that's amazing. Anyway.
The game, it wasn't long before I strayed from the main quest line to start delving into the various guilds that I found in Cyrodiil.
Agreed.
The first guild of choice was the Arena, which I honestly didn't have high expectations for. I remember it being a big fighting pit, and that's about it.
Yeah, that's it.
My initiation of being told that I was going to die about 20
Please help.
You what? You want to be a combatant? All right. It's your funeral. When you're ready to get eviscerated, just head up the ramp to the arena.
I began to ascend the ranks, and surprisingly, I was having a blast. The daunting, almost eerie, blood-soaked hallway that leads up from the Red Room was something I hadn't appreciated before.
And it is fun, it's just repetitive.
Limitations, I absolutely loved it, and I didn't realize it immediately, but I eventually remembered that the arena was usually something that I didn't mess with until I was much more geared out.
Yeah.
Going to a lower level and a small arsenal made the arena a lot more challenging to tackle than I remembered it being. It got to the point where I was chugging potions and backing off a lot to try to win. But when I did win, it really felt like I had accomplished something. Plus, the stats I was leveling was a nice bonus. After I had made a fair amount of progress in the arena, I moved on to the Thieves Guild. This was another guild that I had very fond memories for and was pretty excited about starting it. In order to become initiated in the guild, though, you have to bribe or persuade your way into the good graces of a beggar. This is where the persuasion minigame comes into play. I remembered the minigame existed, but I didn't remember the full extent of its frequency until I started doing Thieves Guild quests. If you want information, persuasion. If you want to convince someone to believe you, persuasion. If you want better prices for the stuff you steal, you guessed it, persuasion. The minigame isn't inherently awful, but it does get tedious when every person requires persuading. It's something that I'm happy about being removed in Skyrim.
Yeah.
After you get initiated into the guild, your doyen tells you to steal things. That's it, and it's wonderful. You make your own kleptomaniacal missions, casing the joints that you want to hit, waiting until nightfall, and pilfering the riches of everyone in the merchant district. I had a lot of fun with this, and easily made 1,000+ gold overnight. It was so...
Exactly. Like, and the thing is like, I'm not much of a guy who plays as a thief, to be honest. Because I feel like if you just focus on stealth in a game, you pretty much got a guaranteed win. Because stealth can become one of the most busted, like, play styles. But at the same time, though, when the Thieves Guild is literally be as stealthy as you possibly can and steal a whole bunch of bullshit, it goes from being like, something that's kind of boring and blah to something that is so much fun.
Easy that I was a bit let down by the special mission requirements. You see, in order to advance in the guild, you have to do missions that only unlock after you've fenced a certain amount of gold's worth of items. The first mission requires 50, the second is 100, and then the increments increase 100 at a time.
Yeah, but if you just find one good house and steal from all of it, it sorts itself out rather quickly.
Excluding 900, until you get to the final mission of the Thieves Guild, which requires 1,000 gold worth of items fenced. I understand that I can continue to rob places as I deem fit, but it really takes the wind out of my sails when I blow through the entirety of the special mission requirements after hitting 2 shops in the same night. It's a minor complaint, but I feel like it was worth noting. Now, as far as the actual Thieves Guild special missions go, I did have a bit of fun with them, but not as much as I remembered having when I first played. Sure, I enjoyed planting evidence on a double-crosser in the guild and busting into the Arcane University to manipulate them into helping out, but I kept hoping for more unique endeavors to crop up. The first 2/3 of these missions consist of playing pranks on Hieronymus Lex and obtaining random items for people.
Nah.
This is outrageous. The Grey Fox had a hand in this. I know it. After all these years, he's finally won.
Nah.
After a while, you finally get to meet the man in charge, the Grey Fox. Now, I played this game when I was a lot younger, and I remember the Grey Fox being a cool and mysterious vigilante who I really liked as a character. But when I finally encountered him, he was a bit more underwhelming than I recalled. And if
Debatable.
I be completely honest, the mask looks a bit ridiculous. But either way, he proceeds to give you a mission to retrieve a particular stone at a temple.
The blind monks in the catacombs guard the stone.
Okay, I'll show you. But only because you are my dear.
Yeah.
Please be discreet and don't bother.
Which leads into a...
Also, can we just talk about how stupid that is as a quest line? Hey, we have a stone right here that needs to be protected at all times. How do we protect that stone? Oh, bunch of blind-ass monks. Yeah. Absolutely zero things that can go wrong in this scenario.
Sprawling underground cave. Let's take a time out here to talk about the cave systems in this game. They aren't good. They're boring. They're uninspired. They make me sigh and mash forward as fast as I can to get them over with.
Yeah.
I understand that they're required in games like these. I don't just dislike caves. I do dislike Oblivion caves. Every cave in this game seems to me like some kind of generic copy and pasted layout of mediocrity. And the only thing that separates these caves from me are this guy wants me to retrieve a ruby dagger that slowly drains my life and causes my vision to go black and white because the ghost of a famous vampire is haunting him after he desecrated his grave. Point me to the cave, I'm doing this thing gladly.
Damn straight.
He wants me to save his prego daughter at the center of a cave. I'll pay you for a new daughter because I really don't want to go into that boring cave.
Exactly.
Now, all that being said, the last missions for the Thieves Guild were a lot more thought out. First, I had to retrieve an arrow from a grotto, which housed a giant underwater boss and led to a wizard tower. I was a bit aggravated at first when I saw the hidden entrance and a castle led to a cave system, but this one was actually quite a bit of fun to sneak around and explore. Next, I had to retrieve some boots that were in a cave, but it was a small cave, so no big deal. The Boots of Spring Hill Jack was actually one of my favorite quests so far, just because of the misdirection. You shake down an Earl who's supposed to be a descendant of Spring Hill Jack, who then directs you to a cave that's under his house. And once you find the coffin, there's only a diary. After thumbing through this diary, you find out that the man who wrote it was a vampire who lived for decades and decades. When you finally get to the end, you find out that the Earl that you shook down is Spring Hill Jack.
I am a vampire, a lord of blood.
Yeah, exactly. Die. Bam.
Cave narrative I can get behind. Finally, you're given your final mission to go through a catacomb system and solve some mysteries and stuff. I don't know, this mission felt really underwhelming to me. Your task was stealing an Elder Scroll, which is an awesome heist to pull off. And while the catacombs did feel a bit more unique as far as the layout went, they also felt very much the same. You're inside a dark, grayish dungeon with the same aesthetics and type of undead enemies. I actually had a lot more fun sneaking through the Imperial Palace and the library where the scroll was housed than the catacombs. I know I tend to gripe a lot about small things, but I really felt like the mission involving the security of an Elder Scroll, the thing that these games are prefaced with, should have been something really unique and inspired. I'm talking a gigantic sprawling library with moving bookshelves and automated knights that patrol. I'm talking trapped rooms that players have to skirt or figure out ahead of time via clues. Stuff like that, you know? Maybe I'm too picky. But
Only a little.
after you steal the scroll and escape, you make your way back to the Grey Fox, who pats you on the back and asks you for one final favor. I don't want to go into an extraordinary amount of detail, but the mission ends with you becoming the Grey Fox, with the Elder Scrolls magic used to lift the curse that comes with the title's hood. It's a cool ending to the story of the Thieves Guild, but I definitely feel like that it could have been executed a little better. The story is a little too convenient for my tastes and overlooks quite a few things. Either way, it's hard not to feel a sense of accomplishment when you retire to the guild hall and look through the things that you helped achieve.
It's the Grey Fox. I can't believe it's really you.
After my excursion through the Thieves Guild, I made the executive decision of killing an innocent person, which is an amazing requirement to be contacted by a representative of the Dark Brotherhood.
Rufio, kill him, and your initiation into...
Yeah, no kidding. Like, unironically, Lucien Lachance's voice actor is arguably the best voice actor in the entirety of the game, and it's not even necessarily close. But I was trying to pause for a second, but I was going to say, yeah, as much as I love the Thieves Guild, though, it feels like once you're done with the Thieves Guild, that's kind of it. You don't really have any purpose or reason to steal anything else to get money, because why bother?
The Dark Brotherhood will be complete.
After this contact occurred, my string of intricate assassinations began. This was the only guild in the game where I could not help but do mission after mission. One could argue that the quests are nothing more than the usual objectives in the game, but it's the flavor of these quests that really enraptured me. Assassinate a guy and make it look like an accident. Pretend to kill someone with a poisoned blade and administer the antidote afterwards. A mansion murder party where you're trying to kill everyone else without the other guests catching on.
Nah.
That's it. It's down to you and me. I know I'm no killer. Yeah. So. Oh.
These quests breathe so much life into the game for me, and the way they're handled is about as good as I can ask of a game, especially one from 2006.
Now listen up. Skooma. You know what that is? Get me some skooma.
After doing a set amount
The hell?
from the Brotherhood and acquainting yourself with your new family, you're promptly ordered by your recruiter to exterminate everyone in your sect of the Brotherhood. It's a moment that I hadn't forgotten since I first played Oblivion, and I completely adored revisiting it. Upon the completion of this purification, you are promoted to a member of the Black Hand, and are given several dead drop quests to take care of, in which you are directed to notes that are hidden all over Cyrodiil. I initially thought I wasn't going to enjoy this part as much, but the dead drops actually streamlined the game really efficiently, and the quests didn't let up in creative ways to kill people.
Yeah.
The first one involves a necromancer in a cave, which sounds super generic until you stumble upon his research. This research details that he is currently in the process of transferring his life force into an item in the hopes of becoming a lich, and that if the item is lost from his person, he will die. And just in case you thought the Black Hand might be doing good things for once, your next assassination target is a whole family of people that you are told to exterminate one by one.
What's going on?
Cha!
Thanks again, and have a wonderful stay.
I felt like a total monster, and I loved every second of it.
Exactly, yeah. Except for the dog, yeah.
The fun that I derived from this quest line made me really begin to take my time and savor these quests. I was no longer rushing in to get things done, but found myself beginning to roleplay along with the creative ways of killing people. Killing a master of hand-to-hand combat with my fists. Breaking into the house of a merchant to replace all of his food and drink with mead that he's allergic to and poisoned apples. I was even beginning to search around my victims' homes to see if I could glean some sort of information as to why they were being targeted the way that they were. All of my targets began to get more paranoid over time. A lot of them were expecting fights, a lot of them were attacking on sight. I had found some Black Hand robes in a locked keg at one victim's house, but I still couldn't quite figure...
Oh, no! I'm too late. I thought I could get here in time. Thought I could stop you! You have been systematically killing off all of the members of the Black Hand.
It all finally clicked.
Yeah.
I had been slaying my own comrades without knowing it, and now it was time for revenge. So you track this traitor down to a lighthouse on the outskirts of town, and it is absolutely horrifying. In the cellar you find dog bodies, a sheep body, human bodies, and body parts strewn everywhere, and a head on a plate simply named Mother's Head. I actually cringed in disgust upon seeing this, and read every page in the diary that was left behind. This is the only time that I have thoroughly flipped through every page in a book in this game or any Elder Scrolls game. It's the journal of an absolute lunatic who saw his mom's head lopped off when he was a child by Lucien Lachance. And so he seeks vengeance both by framing Lucien and by killing the Night Mother and therefore the Dark Brotherhood. This is so well done. Every page reads like a horror movie, with this psychopath droning on in rhymes, rants, and nonsense. I half expected him to be behind me by the time I was done reading it. After poring over this journal, it's time to formulate a plan with Lucien and extinguish the traitorous Black Hand member.
Damn. The fuck?
You're a bit too slow. This part of the story made me realize that I'm that idiot who would shout and go, "No, look, I have the journal here, it wasn't him." Because that was my exact reaction, and I was waiting for the dialogue option to come up. After thinking it over, though, it makes way more sense to try to determine who's the traitor first. And if I would have tried to denounce someone right then, chances are that everyone would turn on me. It really says a lot about how good a storyline can be in a game like this, when you look at the gruesome body of Lucien strung up on display and feel remorse and disgust.
Yeah, but I have a counter argument to this, though. Because here's the thing, generally when you are doing this part of the side quest, you should have the book and you should also have Mother's Head. I know it's kind of weird that you get to take the head, but you can. My beef with that entire thing is this. You have the head. You also have the book. And there's actually a part in the game where if you take out the head or the book, one of the killers will get visibly... One of the Dark Brotherhood members will visibly get uncomfortably like, "Oh, it's a head. It's a head. I don't know about anything about that head." Pretty much, I'm paraphrasing, obviously. So I feel like it's one of the situations where, like, no, I can prove that this person, that Lucien Lachance was innocent, and it's with this book in this head. And as soon as one of the members are like, oh, you just be like, buddy, way to reveal yourself. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, on one hand, I do agree with the idea that, yeah, we kind of do have a thing where it's, excuse me. I do kind of agree with the idea that, saying it right there would probably make you look really weird. But at the same time, though, you have the evidence in your hand, bud.
Realistically, this body is just a zombie model that can be found in innumerable places in the game.
Yeah.
When you attach a good story to it, it doesn't need to be a different model to make you feel genuine emotion towards it that you didn't feel before. The Dark Brotherhood concludes with all the members of the Black Hand meeting in the tomb of the Night Mother. Upon her summoning, she points out that the traitor is still among the Black Hand, to which he reveals himself and begins attacking everyone. After he is slayed, you are recognized for the work you have done and how dedicated you've been to the Black Hand, becoming the new listener for the guild. It's so hard not to gush over this guild's questline, and I know I've done it a lot at this point. From start to finish, I'm in love with every part of it, and I have to say that this shining example isn't followed by any other part of this game, or most other Bethesda games in general. It's a rare example of everything going so right in a game like this. I'm happy that I somehow forgot some of the major plot points in it, because replaying and rediscovering these quests have been an absolute treat. And I hate that a major portion of this game is so drab in comparison. You look at everything this questline does so right and you ask yourself, why isn't more of the game like this? I really cannot stress enough that I feel like this is the epitome of what a game like this should be. There are very few shortcomings for the Dark Brotherhood, if any. The reason I've included it so soon in the list of guilds that I'm going on about, instead of saving the best for last, is to present to everyone my notion of what I think the golden standard of this game should be. It's downright hard to play through the other portions of this game and not complain after experiencing this questline. Speaking of complaining, let's move on to the last few guilds here.
Now go, and may Sithis help us all.
The Mages Guild in Oblivion is really where the whole experience of walking into a guild with no proper knowledge or qualifications stems from.
As long as you're not a wanted criminal, there's a place for you in the guild.
This is something that's made fun of relatively heavily in Skyrim as well, and takes a bit from your immersion when you're playing. I walked into a chapter of the Mages Guild with 38 restoration and approximately jack shit in every other school of magic. I did realize this and started to train up my Meek Destruction skill from 5 after receiving my first task, but overall this is something that I think Morrowind did very well that its sequel didn't. A lot of people hated the restrictions placed on the player when you were told that you needed to have a set amount of magical knowledge to proceed with the guild. But it honestly made more sense to me from a lore and immersion perspective when it was handled that way. But I digress. The first 7 or so quests in the Mages Guild in Oblivion was a hodgepodge of menial tasks that almost anybody could do. The general theme that kept recurring was that normally you're supposed to undergo tasks that show how amazing you are at whatever school of magic that particular branch of Mages Guild specializes in. This actually would have been a really cool concept if each branch made you show a bit of proficiency in each school, and had you perform a test or task based on that knowledge. For example, illusion could have been a test to see how well you could make it through a maze of enemies by charming them. Or conjuring could have been having enough knowledge to summon 3 different familiars, and then being able to defeat them as well. Instead, you're met with each branch telling you that their respective worlds are on fire and that no one can do anything about it, and you're the only one that can handle the very bleak and overall boring barrage of tasks.
He even stole her mage's staff. Perhaps he thinks it's amusing. Please, I'm in desperate need of help, and I think you're the only one that I can turn to.
I literally just walked through the door. I am a stranger to this person, and she goes, "Oh, by the way, one of our young mage boys stole the mage girl's staff. There's nothing we can do about it. You're our only hope." Are you kidding me? Why am I here? There is actually a point in these quests where you're tasked with retrieving a dangerous book by someone who used to be part of the Mages Guild. When you report this information, you're told to bring the book back to the Mages Guild instead. I chose to give it to the ex-member with the idea that I would steal it back, thus double the reward.
I'll be at the Grey Mare until I've finished my work. But please don't disturb me until...
Hello. You haven't seen my sons, have you? They went off into the forest.
I did this, and instead of having the option to lie, my only option was to tell the truth. The guy rightfully gets mad, but then I give the book back anyway, and he's like, alright, cool, here's your recommendation.
You will retrieve the book immediately. What do you want?
Have you
Finally, I shall see.
As soon as I said, hey, yeah, I gave the book away, then it should have that should have been it. That should have been the end of the quest line. You know, reload a save or something. Or give me the option to lie, in which case you'd have to have some sort of lying personality system like Fallout. It really is a shame because the Mages Guild is set up to be something really exciting. It could have been a veritable Harry Potter experience within a game, and instead it squanders its own design by making the players do something that the local squire with zero magical experience could do by the end of the day. But at any rate, after getting the approval of each sect, you make your way off to the Wizard 101 campus and get told that you have to purchase a wand at Ollivander's so that you too can be a real wizard. This could have again been a unique and fun experience by choosing which kind of wood you wanted for your staff, maybe even to the degree of being quizzed about your motives and aspirations as an up-and-coming mage in the guild, which then affects your staff's properties. The quest giver even tells you that you have to choose carefully, like you're going to be presented several options from either wood giver. Instead, the game just blows it again, because after you're done fighting through the harsh wasteland of mudcrabs and timberwolves, you're greeted with the friendly faces of about 400 necromancers in a cave. After mowing your way through the Zool army, you get the very last chunk of balsa wood from this glow-stick-infused coffin, and then you skip back to the Chamber of Sages so that the old man there can tell you that those punk necromancer kids are over the line. Then you get to answer a few questions about what you want your staff to be like, and this guy carves a different smiley face into it depending on which route you want to take.
Your staff will give you power over ice.
I think the thing that really sets me off about the Mages Guild in this game is how patronizing it seems to be. And if the way I interpreted the quests was done intentionally, then I definitely have to give Bethesda credit here for evoking this kind of response from me. But every early to mid mission feels like you're nothing but an errand boy in this guild. From gaining entry to the first few quests, everything is set up in a way where you feel like you're someone who has an internship at the big time office. I think it's honestly how important everything is presented to you as. It always seems like only you can take care of the problem. Your second quest after getting your staff as a full-fledged member of the Mages Guild involves you being lied to by the council and using your ignorance to extract information from a vampire count.
We will continue to monitor the situation, but I assure you, we will make no further attempts to mislead you.
Then you're rewarded for your efforts with an advancement in rank. Oh, we're sorry we lied to you about the dangerous situation we put you in, but here's a nice treat for being such a good boy. Also, I'm pretty sure you could use a break after all that scary business, so we're gonna send you off to these ruins so you can help. It's absurdly hard to tell whether or not the writers of these quests wanted them to seem so disingenuous to the player, but it's all I felt when I was pushing through them. Questing in the Mages Guild from this point forward tends to drag on and on. You're always at odds with the Necromancer threat, doing your best to gain information and thwart them. There are a few quests that almost break from this formula, such as retrieving an artifact from the Ayleid ruins. But even that falls flat in terms of unique fun. It just seems so unbelievably stupid that none of these experienced members can figure out the most mind-bogglingly simple tasks. This one with the ruins involves you translating 4 ancient inscriptions with a journal and then using 4 different spells from a chest, all of which are on site in the ruins. These mages are sitting here trying to shove the triangle blocks through the square holes and wondering why it's not working.
It's magical, we know that much. Best to play it safe. No complex magic. Stick to basic spells with single effects.
How haven't you figured this out yet?
What a waste of my talents.
What talent?
Don't get me wrong, when you do finally manage to somehow solve the Dark Souls of puzzle rooms, you get to explore the ruins filled with undead and traps as your reward. I have to admit, I actually did enjoy the trap portion of the dungeon, but boy am I tired of underground basements packed with undead. You continue through several layers of go here, report back quests, all of which tend to have some sort of cave-like exploration. It's probably my biggest gripe with how these quests are structured. It's as if Bethesda decided, alright boys, necromancers will be the enemy. Where do necromancers reside? Caves. Boom.
Vampire Cave. Demon Cave. Wraith House. Mage Cave? No. Necromancer Cave.
As I kept advancing through the ranks, I realized another issue I had with the story of the Mages Guild. It wasn't just the cave exploration I was being sent on, it was the way the Mages Guild and Council are painted. Time and time again, these people who are supposed to be some of the most wisest and intelligent citizens of Cyrodiil are constantly surprised, tricked, and baffled by some of the silliest or most predictable events. I initially felt like they were being disingenuous, but as I progressed, I felt like they were just plain naive. I think the second to last quest perfectly encapsulates how simple everything is in this guild. I swing good with axe. You want near door or far away? I do good range magic spell. You want right here or way over there?
Okay, but that puts me farther away from the group.
That's the point!
There's about as much complexity to these choices as deciding to drink when you're thirsty. I know I'm reading too much into a questline, but I really feel like this stuff could have played out better. Finally, you're tasked with taking on the HNIC. That's Head Necromancer in charge. This part's actually pretty cool because the old Archmage actually gives himself the suck so that you can resist the wily charms of the hottest necromancer in Cyrodiil.
You will be impervious to his attempts to enthrall you.
I think if that guy knew how easy it was to get the Archmage to sacrifice himself like that, he'd have sent in an undercover guy a long time ago. I mean, realistically, I went from apprentice to archmage in about a week or so, but either way. You sprint through the final cave, and fight the most underwhelming hooded boy you've ever seen. Then you trek back out and forget to take your Gray Fox mask off.
You're the Gray Fox. I'll make...
And thank God that autosave saved before you travel. I will say that the end reward to doing all this stuff is actually pretty cool, because you get to design your own spells in the Archmage's quarters. I finally got to design my 65 mana restoration spell so that I can wipe out my mana bar every time I heal once. And there you have it, a proper Archmage for the Mages Guild.
I hold the key, and I will die defending it.
My romp through Oblivion's guild system concluded with the one that I thought that I was going to like the least. The Fighters Guild. The first half to 3/4 of this guild's quest give you about the same motivation and feeling of depth as Skyrim's Radiant quest system. Its only redeeming quality during these beginning quests is the somewhat humorous scenarios that come up every here and there.
I hate my life.
Like helping a woman protect her pet rats even though it sounded like the rats were the problem. Or helping this Melvin protect his chastity.
Perhaps I should speak with Mother first.
A lot of the characters you encounter are the saving grace of this guild.
How may I persist you?
But the actual contract objectives feel about as interesting as Preston Garvey's Homestead Safari.
Good to see you working hard.
Another settlement has sent word that they need our help.
Overall, the Fighters Guild tends to take all the basic constructs of the game and enhance them in a more complex, but overall less fulfilling way. It has what I like to call advanced caves, i.e., caves with more traps and winding corridors. These were interesting for about 3 minutes, but I actually felt like they belonged more in the Thieves Guild questline. Also, they didn't have a ton of variants and made me feel like I was navigating a discount Sense Fortress most of the time. Beyond advanced caves, the Fighters Guild also likes to make you do some advanced exploration. Advanced exploration consists of normal exploration, but with the addition of an NPC to slowly lead you through Cyrodiil as your tour guide. Because if there's one thing that every game needs, it's unskippable escort missions, and the Fighters Guild makes good on that endeavor on Oblivion's behalf. All that being said, my interest did begin to perk up a bit when it was time to start doing something about the Blackwood Company. The rival mercenaries were renowned for converting the Fighters Guild members and stealing their contracts, as well as having the reputation to do anything to complete a contract. In one of them, you're sent off to a mine to figure out what's become of the Guildmaster's son, who was sent in to clear the mine of trolls. When you arrive, you're met with body after body of the Fighters Guild members, and one Blackwood Company member's body. It's a chilling scene, and it's actually one of the few caves that I have to give credit to in terms of design. You see, if you're not paying attention to the map, your instinct is to head deeper and deeper in a straight line, thus discovering more corpses along the way. When you hit the dead end, you realize there's a hairpin turn that's super easy to miss as you walk by it, which leads to the rest of the cave. It's a quest I really enjoyed a lot, and the ending of it has you thumbing through a journal that details the invasion of the rival guild, and their slaying of nearly all the Fighters Guild members. Cold and dying, the son of the Guildmaster writes his final words as the trolls close in on his location. I loved this narrative, and it made me wish for more interesting quests like it. I'd have actually really loved a choice between these two rival factions. On one side you have the bright and virtuous mercenaries who try to stay on the up and up, and on the other hand you have the insidious and seedy ones who are willing to get their hands dirty. That good versus evil narrative might have actually been really fun, and I think this kind of decision making is something that Oblivion really lacks in pretty much all of its quest lines. There never really is a good or evil choice, it's just one or the other and you follow it without question. Either way, when you finally become a champion of the Fighters Guild, outranking your old bosses in the process, you're called upon to end the Blackwood Company once and for all. These are probably my second favorite quests in the game, right behind the Dark Brotherhood. They actually almost make up for all the filler in the Fighters Guild. You're tasked with the infiltration of the Blackwood Company to see how they operate. Upon being initiated, you're told to drink the sap of a hist tree that has been smuggled from Morrowind. You're told that all company members drink this sap before missions. So you drink it and come to consciousness at a small village where goblins have overran everything. You begin slaying the goblins, which die in one hit. You're then told to check all the houses for more that are hiding. After clearing the village, you pass out again and wake up in your ex-guildmate's house. You're then told to go check the village just in case, and surprise surprise, you've brutally murdered the entire village more or less. It's an awesomely chilling story that paints the Blackwood members as either sinister addicts or naively manipulated mercs who are just happy with any sort of work.
No, the entire town. I realize you must be disgusted with yourself.
Walking up to the company's guild hall for the final confrontation feels perfect, and your quest for vengeance and justice makes fighting feel fueled with a very palpable excitement. After mowing down member after member, and these two Native Americans, you then jam the machine that keeps the history alive with large pipes, which destroys the machinery. For a game with very few cinematics, this definitely felt like a cutscene. It was a spectacular ending to the guild which made me wish for more like it. I know I ragged on the Fighters Guild pretty hard at the beginning, but can you blame me? It's really a case of less is more for me, because a huge chunk of the guild's quest felt like filler. On one hand, there were some pretty humorous moments to fill in the gaps, but on the other, those moments were sandwiched between caves and dungeons en masse.
I was just getting used to being retired. You can see how good my painting is getting.
With the guilds out of the way, I felt pretty obligated to finish the main storyline at this point. So your first order of business is recovering the Amulet of Kings. In order to do that, you need information about the cult that's pitted against you, which involves you recovering books. You're then taken on a tour of the sewers by my hero Baris. I'm not sure why this game seems to have been created with the idea that people love getting the runaround in mazes, but it's definitely a trend that I've taken issue with immensely. Anyways, the books give you info on where your next clue lies, and you follow the breadcrumb trail to a cave full of cultists. You present yourself as a new initiate and follow their orders. Or don't and mow them all down. I chose both. Then you get another book, but this one's cooler.
Looks like we've got a thief in our midst.
Dare you steal
Kill
from me?
him!
You bring the book back to Martin, who gets to work deciphering it. In the meantime, you're sent to deal with some spies.
I do not fear death.
After Martin deciphers part of the book, he tells you that you need to bring back a Daedric artifact. This was actually a pretty interesting way to handle a quest, because it's literally asking you for any Daedric artifact. The quest points you to where you could find one, but if you wanted to, you could walk to any shrine around the map, extract its artifact, and bring it back to Martin. After this, it's everyone's favorite time again, Oblivion Gate closing time. You're to lead the Bruma Town Guard through the gate that's opened outside their city. At least, if you want to take 30 minutes to fight everything, you can lead them through it. If you want to be a total badass, you can run through the whole thing in 4 minutes while Bird wades through lava outside. The main quest then splits into 2 different quests that need to be completed. One consists of bringing Martin ancient armor derived from a divine, and the other is rallying the other cities in defense of Bruma. The armor one is the equivalent of ordering a Coke and getting a Pepsi with glass shards in it instead of ice cubes. I think if I had done the main questline from the beginning, I wouldn't have minded it as much. But my god, these undead catacombs. At least the whole Dead Blades thing was pretty neato. Anyways, remember when I said you had to do the whole Oblivion Gate thing 8 more times? Well, that's what the other quest is, or at least the biggest chunk of them are involved in it. It's optional, but I decided to do it just to show how tedious they are, and because apparently I hate myself.
With an open Oblivion Gate,
I cannot spare any soldiers.
I don't have any men to spare. I cannot spare any soldiers. I need all my soldiers here.
With Anvil
Skingrad, Bravil, Leowin,
Cheydinhall,
Coral.
safe for the moment.
I will likewise help you.
I can now
Aid in
gladly
the
send
defense
aid
of
to
Bruma.
Bruma.
I hate this quest. It's boring. It's monotonous. It's the same thing over and over again with a new coat of red paint each time. After every city is done letting you perform the entirety of their defense for them, they agree to lend you men for the big showdown. Which, let's be honest, you just closed 7 gates by yourself. Do you really need these men? Basically, they make the big Oblivion Gate a lot more manageable. After you go get the Welkin Stone in the Goblins vs. Zombies cave, you deliver it to Martin, and he informs you that the last piece of the puzzle is going to stem from allowing the cultists to open the biggest and beefiest O-Gate this side of Cyrodiil. This is one of the only times that I really wish the game was created more recently. This whole fight is really cool to look at. Don't get me wrong, it's a bit underwhelming combat-wise, but that's the same as always. But watching different Oblivion Gates pop up followed by this massive one is a really awesome sight. This is the only timed quest in the game, making it particularly stressful when doing it the correct way. But after you get over the tremendous siege engine barreling towards the gate's entrance at a blistering pace, it may surprise you to find out that this is in fact another Oblivion Gate. Does this look familiar? That's because I'm replaying old footage. Nah, I'm kidding, this gate has the same damn tower I've climbed like 8 times now. After grabbing the biggest sigil stone, you defeat the biggest siege engine in the biggest gate, and then you move on to Paradise, which is pretty damn cool. The change in scenery is a welcome one, and it's some of the more interesting level layout and voice acting in the game, barring the Shivering Isles.
Would you confront me in battle, or offer me service? Service.
I actually had a lot of fun with the caves here. And the contrast between Paradise's exterior and its inner workings filled with tortured souls is very enjoyable.
Please! No! No!
You finally meet the man in charge, and after hearing about his motives, you begin your fight. It isn't anything super epic or grandiose, but the before and after makes up for it, as the paradise that Mankar Camoran built crumbles with his body. Upon your return, you begin the last leg of your journey to light the dragonfires and prevent Mehrunes Dagon from invading Tamriel once and for all. This plan is immediately halted when he comes through anyways, along with his Hell Army. This is a really cool part of the game that ushered in its finale. Watching the sky go red over the Imperial City and Daedra pouring into it is a pretty imposing sight. I do have to take a bit of issue with the convenience of the biggest demon boy crossing over literally minutes before the dragonfires are lit, but it is what it is. Once you finally battle your way through the city, you take Martin's septum to the Temple of the One, where he crushes the Amulet of Kings, which turns him into a big beefin' light dragon. He then fights Mehrunes Dagon while you kinda hang out and look at them. It's an underwhelming finish in terms of gameplay, but it's a cool battle to watch with an ending that leaves Mehrunes obliterated and Martin petrified as a monument to his sacrifice. You're hailed as the champion of Cyrodiil, and given a custom-made armor set to commemorate your deeds. I actually felt a little swell of pride at this honorific. It's odd because I've done a lot of complaining about the amount of samey stuff that's in this game, which encompasses the main quest line as well. But I feel like after drudging through all those hellscapes and saving everyone's asses multiple times, that recognition is pretty welcome. It isn't necessarily the greatest exaltation, but it could have just as easily been a, "You did it, good job," and you walking away like nothing ever happened. I initially started the early concept of this video as a Skyrim versus Oblivion comparison. But as I collected the massive amount of footage from Oblivion, I realized that trying to cut down my exact impressions and feelings into a video that didn't take up an hour and a half wouldn't be a fair assessment. I initially stopped my Dark Brotherhood progression after killing the other family members, and I stopped the Fighters Guild questline after becoming a defender, just to save time and make a hasty comparison between the guilds in each game. And if I had done that, I would have missed out on some of my favorite quests in the entire game. Overall, I would say that Oblivion is a game worth visiting or revisiting. Is it as good as I remember it being? Honestly, it isn't. There were a lot of times when it was much better than I remembered it being. But most of the time, it was worse. It doesn't mean it's not worth playing, but while it hasn't aged as horribly as some people might say, it definitely has aged when compared to newer games from this decade. A lot of quests, maps, and characters are very lazy, copy and pasted, and obviously filler. The training system is a bit fickle, and NPC banter is just plain odd.
I don't have time for you.
I don't have time for you. Hello. Welcome to Castle Coral.
The Oblivion Gate system as a whole is this tremendous waste of potential. A lot of tasks are tedious and boring and overall unfulfilling. But in the end, it's still an Elder Scrolls game. And I still got a solid 50 hours out of it while doing this review. Did I want to stop after 30? I'd be lying if I said no, but I'm still fond of this game in the end. And I'll always appreciate it for what it is. Thanks for watching my 45-minute rant about an 11-year-old game. As with all my videos, this one took way too long to make and matches no other content on the channel. I'll likely be moving on to another bugs and glitches video next, like my Sid Meier's Civilization one. Until then, I'll be streaming over on Twitch semi-occasionally. I'll be gone on vacation until mid-June. Thanks again.
Ta! Come visit again, or I'll pluck out your eyes!
So I was working. So I was working on something a little different for my next video, but then this happened? I'm super happy that people enjoyed it, but I also noticed that a lot of people were saying that the side quests in Oblivion is where the game truly shines, along with the DLC, of course. Now, I've definitely played through the Shivering Isles a few times. times in the past. Not that I remember exactly what happens in it, but if there's one thing I haven't done, it's the side quests. So for better or worse, I'm going to run through both the Shivering Isles and some of the most notable side quests in the game completely blind, at least on the side quest front, and give my impression on all of it and how it affects Oblivion overall. I apologize in advance if I didn't hit a certain quest or set of quests, but I feel like I did cover a good span here. If you'll remember in my last video, I still love Oblivion for what it is, but came to the conclusion that it wasn't as good as I remembered it being as a teenager.
Flying in the sky.
I'll let you know now that this video is definitely going to have spoilers for all the quests that I cover. I know a couple people were kind of upset that I didn't just outright say that last time, so here you are. Anyways, let's dive back into this thing.
Please, no!
I'll be starting with the side quests because I know that the Shivering Isles are good and I want to save it for the end. The first side quest I jumped into was this painting. Basically, this lady wants you to figure out what happened to her hut. Oh, hold on a second. Alright, this lady wants you to figure out what happened to her husband, and so you do. When you arrive in this guy's painting, he explains to you that he's a bit of a fraud, and the way that he paints so well is via a magical brush. This quest is really cool. I love the painted look, even if the objective is kind of straightforward. Basically, you have to bash 6 trolls who Naruto dash at you, and recover the super paintbrush from the thief. I don't actually think you have to beat the trolls, but same difference. I just like that they give you turpentine to do more damage against them. It's a nice touch. My only nitpick, I'd say, would be that the music is, Anyways, I got a cool-ass apron as my reward, but I decided I needed a nap after that adventure. So I ventured on over to the Bloated Float Inn for some rest. When I woke up, I was greeted by a message explaining to me that I was now at sea, which is kind of exciting. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's definitely underwhelming, but it's a cool idea. Anyways, this guy was kind of milling around outside my room. He goes on to start spouting stuff out about some heist and how he's only working with 3 others and whatnot. Now, this dialogue definitely seemed unique. Like, I figured that if I gave him some different answers, there might have been a second outcome here. So when I made my way up to the next bandit who had helped hijack the ship, I tried telling her that I was sent to help her, to which she flipped out at. And then I tried to tell her that I was sent to help her boss, and she of course asks you why the guy below sent you up, and your only option is he's dead. So much for bluffing. Anyways, the same deal happened with the third of the 3 Stooges, and then I was sent to the big boss who, seemed pretty damn dense. But, due to my correct answers to her probing, actually surrendered. This made the rest of the conversations have a purpose, but ultimately had me wishing that I could have infiltrated the gang and maybe tried to steal the fabricated treasure with them. It'd have been pretty funny to side with the bad guys only for the innkeeper to tell us that the treasure doesn't actually exist.
Please, leave me be.
I suppose you're wondering what I did with Celine. The authorities at the Imperial City took her off the ship as soon as we docked.
Next up, I went for another nap. Though this one was for a different purpose. You remember the Mages Guild quest giver, Could... You know, I'm not going to say most of these things correctly, so I'm sorry. Anyways, she was losing her mind about what I assumed was one of the mage recruits playing a prank on the other, but apparently it was because her close friend was in a coma. Well, sort of. A magical coma.
Think of it as exploring a new land, but a land within your own mind. I shudder to think what's happened to him in there.
This quest is goddamn awesome. You go into this guy's dream, and you have to undergo 4 trials which all pertain to different virtues. This was probably one of the only quests in the whole game that made me go, wait, is this a vanilla Oblivion quest? Did someone mod this? It is so goddamn cool. I loved every bit of it. I almost don't want to spoil it, but the game's 12 years old and that's what I do. So after you've bested these 4 trials, you bring Hennessy back to his senses and he pulls you back out from his inception dream.
Allow me to present you with something that may help in your travels.
You wake up naked with Kudai standing over you for some reason and awkwardly shamble out of the house after your 3rd nap in a row. On my next leg of NapQuest 2006, I stopped by Anvil and bought a manor. I just needed a little more privacy after that last Nap experience. I was told it was a bargain, but I honestly have no idea how the economy works in this game, or in real life. Anyways, I made my way to this creepy-ass manor, and like any good protagonist in a horror movie, made a stupid decision to progress the plot. Of course, a fresh pack of Scooby-Doo ghosts popped out of the walls and proceeded to ruin my sleep again.
Stop talking.
So the manor's haunted, and the guy who sold it to me skipped town. So I go to find him, and he comes at me super aggressively, like, "So, you made it out of there alive, huh?"
So, you think I'm responsible? I suppose you're right, as the manor used to belong to my grandfather, Lorgren Benerus.
But then he immediately mellowed out and became super helpful, so I really didn't know what to make of him. But he came to help me purge the ghosts by removing the family blood seal from the wall, or whatever. The character I'm playing is then tricked by this skeleton with a really cool voice.
I am Lorgren Benerus.
I've been waiting for you, Star Fox.
Which, let's be honest, I've got to be an idiot to listen to this guy go on about how he's sorry now and just believe him after he's sacrificed a few, however many individuals. So I'm making a new narrative on this one. I'm one of the most powerful people in the world. I just want to sleep in my manor without a goddamn warlock lich hanging out in the basement. So I restore him so that I can make some cool-ass wind chimes out of his ribs for the front porch. 6 out of 10. I then proceeded over to Coral, where I was told that the daughter of a merchant there was missing and last seen in Hackdirt. This quest had a lot of potential to be really creepy, but I think it ultimately failed in that regard. You show up in this small, half-burnt town, and all of the residents absolutely despise you for seemingly no reason other than being an outsider. This dickhead follows you around everywhere, and it's actually really unsettling. When you go to confront the merchant who the girl was supposed to deliver her goods to, you're given the, "I don't know what you're talking about, that's my horse out back, go away" treatment. So your average DMV experience. After exploring around a bit more, you find a resident who's willing to tell you what happened, explaining that the girl that you're there for is going to be sacrificed to bring back something called the Deep Ones. Now, this is about the height of how creepy this quest is, and it's sad because I feel like it really failed to deliver on this new information. You basically go down one of the many trapdoors in town to a cave system underneath it, and it's there that the merchant girl is being held. If you happen to go down the door that I did, she's pretty much directly to your right. You burgle her away and ride off into the night. That's it. So I decided I'll reload and do this the hard way and see if there's a better story here. There wasn't. Well, maybe there was. I mean, if being swarmed by shirtless dudes makes a better story for you, then I highly recommend this quest. I just wish that the Deep Ones had been revealed as creatures that you could actually fight. I found myself in Bruma for the next quest because that's where I was told to go for it. It was here that I was sent on a mission to recover an Akaviri artifact called the Draconian Madstone. Let me tell you, the name of it sounds cooler than it is because it just prevents all poison damage. I know I said that like it's nothing. That's because it doesn't even do what it's supposed to do. But even then, I was honestly hoping for some kind of increased damage berserker type effect. Just kind of what it sounds like to me. Anyways. The lead into this quest is pretty neat, just like the previous one. You're told about a battle that was fought a long time ago between the Akaviri and Cyrodiil, and how the Akaviri were relying on a message to be delivered to the battlefront. Well, long story short, the scout sent to deliver the message got his spine cracked into dust by ogres guarding Pale Pass, causing the Akaviri to ultimately lose. This is where you come in. The Draconian Madstone was said to be buried with the Akaviri soldiers, but nobody knew where Pale Pass was. So you're tasked with trekking to each chunk which the Akaviri scout traveled along, using his rudimentary map which he drew the landmarks on. This is actually a pretty neat way of progressing things along, even for somebody like me who likes to be told where to go. When you make it through the cave full of Spriggans, ogres, and bears, you come out the other end to the long-forgotten Pale Pass, which actually doesn't show up on the map. Again, super cool setup. After running through Ogre Battle 64, you make it to the regular old skeleton-filled ruins. And that kind of sucks. You make it to the end and deliver the orders from the scout all those years ago, allowing the Akaviri soldiers to rest. It's a bland ending to an interesting start, and I just wish the finale of it didn't remind me of the main quest where you have to put the 4 knights to rest. The last real side quest I decided to hit up brought me to just north of the Imperial City to a town called Ailswell. As always, I went to the inn for the fattest supply of naps they had available, only to be met with this fella telling me how the whole dang town is invisible.
You may be wondering why you can't see me.
So in order to get my sleep on, I needed to visit the wizard who did this to the town. Fortunately, he was right down the road, so I paid him a visit after slaying a few invisible animals. He then proceeds to introduce himself, explaining to me that the villagers have been a pain in his ass the entire time while he experimented. This experimentation eventually resulted in Ailswell's population becoming invisible along with him. This quest was short. The wizard gives you a scroll to reverse the spell, and a ring to protect you from any side effects, and then that's it. Now, I can't fault the quest for doing something that I usually desire, which is cutting straight to the point. It honestly sounds like it could have been a go fetch these ingredients from this cave by fighting these creatures sort of thing, and that would have sucked. But it also could have been something where you accidentally turned the villagers into chickens, and then made them tiny when you tried again, and then into Nirnroots, until finally they're back to normal. It wouldn't have added anything, but it would have been kind of funny. Overall, I'd say that this quest, along with the majority of the others I've played, would have been a lot more fun if they had caught me completely off guard while I was exploring, but ultimately fall flat of legendary for me personally. Besides the Could I Dream quest and the painting quest, of course, those were definitely awesome regardless. There are a few last things I wanted to accomplish before I took on the Shivering Isles, but don't quite count as regular side quests. Or maybe they do. I'm not really sure. You see, I've only ever done 2 Daedric artifact quests before now, Molag Bal and Azura. To me, Azura was the same old kind of quest objective and involved you killing off some of her followers who were vampires in a cave. It's really a shame because this is the quest that the game points you towards when it comes to trying to gain a Daedric artifact for Martin during the main quest, and it's what personally drove me away from doing any of the other ones. The only other one that I had done was Molag Bal because I wanted his mace for my initial playthrough. His quest was definitely more interesting as the prince had you trying to mess with a guy who was regarded as a genuine hero and a good person until he finally snaps and kills you with a cursed mace. This quest definitely had me reconsidering the Daedric Shrines as a whole, but I wanted to try to wrap up my previous video at that point, and ultimately wrote off Daedric Shrines as half-interesting side quests. I was so wrong. I'm not kidding you when I say that I set out to do 4 of them because I just wanted to cover them in general, and wound up doing 10 in a row just from the sheer entertainment I got out of them. If you hadn't figured this out already, I really am the type of player who plays a game and likes to be told what to do. I know that's generally frowned upon in games like these, but that's just how I am. Whether it's in the form of side quests that I happen to get when I run through town, or just seeking out guild quests which I know exist, I tend to not explore as often as I should. These shrines have made me completely reconsider that philosophy. Things that appeared to be normal, like go take this orb back from a wizard in a tower, turned into a sprawling nightmare of half Cyrodiil, half Plains of Oblivion, and it was awesome. You were generally just wreaking havoc on quests tailored to each Daedric prince's personality type, whether it was snuffing out the light of priests who were trying to purify an area teeming with fanatics, hunting and killing the only unicorn in the game, getting 2 families in a village to slaughter each other after killing their leaders and planting evidence.
By the gods, how could you do such a thing?
Do such a thing?
Freeing ogres from slavery, wiping out a band of not that one. Crashing a dinner party by suddenly removing everyone's clothing and items, including mine, or getting a superstitious lot of people to believe that the world is ending. I had so much fun with almost all of these. Sure, there were some mediocre ones, and I didn't do 3 of them at all for various reasons, but man, believe me, when I say that these were up there with some of my favorite guild quests in terms of sheer entertainment value.
This is when I should smite you. Give you a serious smiting. Completely smitten.
But enough gushing about Daedric Shrines, let's hit the Shivering Isles finally. Now, full disclosure, I started the DLC before, when I was trying to squeeze it into my last video still, so you might see some switches graphically and equipment-wise. Just letting you know. Approaching the giant portal in the middle of the lake is always so daunting. You have a guard who's sitting there trying to warn people away, explaining that whatever's on the other side of the portal was driving people insane, and that they weren't coming back out mentally intact. Ignoring this warning, of course, brings you face to face with Haskell, faithful servant of the Daedric prince Sheogorath. After hearing out Haskell and agreeing to attempt to become Sheogorath's champion, you make your way to the merry town of Passwall, which seems to be the entryway to the rest of the realm. Unfortunately, there seems to be a tremendous creature guarding the gate, aptly named the Gatekeeper. He's nearly impossible to kill according to everyone except for one batshit crazy DeviantArt enthusiast, Jared Iceveins.
I'm Jared Iceveins. Do you ever wonder why things look better without their skin on?
With his help, you're able to fell the behemoth, leaving you with a choice between two realms. They both lead to the same place, albeit with different tour routes. One of them, Mania, is described as a place filled with bright colors and wildlife, and ecstatic, and well, manic citizens. The other one, Dementia, is described as a dark and gloomy place filled with swamps and decay and paranoid and negative citizens. As neat as these concepts sound, I feel like they could have really dialed up the colors and theme of each side. Don't get me wrong, they're definitely two separate sides which contrast in many ways, but every time I think of the realm of Dementia, I picture dark hues of purples and blues and grays. And every time I think of the realm of Mania, I picture vibrant yellows, oranges, greens. Again, what they have going for them isn't bad, I just wish they cranked it up to 11. Anyways, drudging along this path eventually leads you to New Sheoth, the central hub where Sheogorath resides.
I'm Sheogorath, Prince of Madness, and other things. I'm not talking about them.
It is here where you finally meet the man in charge, and he promptly assigns you to getting Xedilian operating again. The purpose of Xedilian is to basically punish the unworthy in place of the Gatekeeper which you killed. But we'll get to that.
Ah, silly me. The book has no pictures. Can't really expect you to read that now, can I?
On the way out, I encountered this man here. I paid him absolutely zero mind when I played before, but I decided to humor the guy before making my way out to get Xedilian up and running again. When you meet with him after dark, he tells you that he wants you to kill him.
I need you to kill me.
I was naturally caught off guard by this, but I assumed that it was for some nonsensical reason, as the citizens here aren't the most logical bunch.
Nary on that. I'll belito before I cradle.
So I heard him out, and he goes on to explain to me that he hasn't felt like himself for a long time, and that he has no friends, and that it seems like no one seems to notice that the happiness of this world has drained almost entirely away. I don't know why this caught me off guard so bad. But he went on to explain that if he killed himself, he would just respawn basically up on the hill as if nothing happened and be tormented for eternity. So I agreed with his request and pushed him off this ledge.
I can't just jump. Don't want to end up on the hill. But I hope that someday, maybe, a big gust of wind will come and push me off, so I can end it all. Oh! Peace. At last.
He told me I was to collect my reward from his house with a key on his corpse. Inside the jewelry box was a single ring, called the Ring of Happiness, and a final note from him. The note details how he's felt horrible for a long time and that he was grateful that someone had finally killed him, and that a wizard had given him the ring because he reminded him of his dead son. I'm not sure that this game had sobered me up more than it did during this quest. I don't want to analyze it too much more, but it's amazing when a game can make you pause like this and think. I just never expected it from Oblivion of all games. After that tiny moral crisis I went through, aka the time that video games got too real, I continued on to Xedilian. Your first task is to restore the power to the joint by taking out all these goblin shaman boys and placing the crystals they stole back into their proper places. Once that's said and done, the real fun of this quest begins. You are now a dungeon master, and like any good dungeon master, besides Matt Mercer, you're trying to kill the party in the absolute best way you can think of. I'm not lying when I say this could have been the entire reward of the questline for me. I'd be totally satisfied. You get to either overwhelm them forcefully or mentally break them each time, and it's fantastic.
Find it, yes, I must find the key. Rich beyond all my dreams.
Too bad none of those keys fit the lock.
When you're through reloading to see what happens with every option, you're cut off by a roving pack of Regice, also known as the Knights of Order. After dispatching them, you report back to Sheogorath, who hardly seems surprised. He goes on to explain to you that Jiggalag, the Daedric Prince of Order, is the perpetrator behind this encounter. His objective seems to be to destroy this realm and bring an end to its chaotic nature. To teach you the importance of the realm staying intact, you are to meet the Duke of Mania and the Duchess of Dementia and earn their favor. I started with the Duchess, who immediately told me that I shouldn't speak to anyone and that no one could be trusted and that she was being actively hunted by a traitor. Which sounds insane, as with everything in this realm. So you're granted the role of Inquisitor, which means that you're supposed to get answers from people, which means this.
I don't know anything about a conspiracy. Please, no!
This quest is great. I loved how weirdly unorthodox it is, and it perfectly encompasses the role of Dementia within the Mad Realm. You're running around and screaming at people about a conspiracy, and they keep telling you that they don't know what the hell you're talking about, and you call them a liar, and this zappy boy comes flying around the corner and just smokes them with enough power to make them feel like Ben Franklin's lightning kite. It's amazing. Now, that being said, I honestly thought we'd torture a few people until we finally just pinned it on some random innocent person in order to sate the Duchess. As it turns out, there totally is someone plotting against her, and you gather the evidence necessary to convict them before they get sent to ye old lightning cage for a zap and a half. After this, I was sent by the Duke of Mania to recover his big drug goblet. He basically explained to me that when you ingest Feldew and drink from the goblet, your world becomes a much better and brighter place. This basically involved retrieving a chalice at the end of a long series of tunnels with insectoid creatures called elytra. In order to access and stay in these tunnels, you needed to ingest a dollop of Feldew, which came from the elytra themselves. This causes you to become addicted to the substance, creating a feeling of euphoria when you're on it, and causing terrible side effects when you're going through withdrawals. Overall, the message and theme of this quest is unique and interesting, but the actual navigation through these tunnels goes on for far too long in my opinion. Upon your return, you are taught the importance of addiction and what it has to do with how mania works. Either way, you now have your understanding of both dementia and mania and are now ready to report back to Sheogorath, who promptly tasks you with the relighting of the Great Torch which hangs over New Sheoth. When you arrive on site to perform this task, you find out that the soldiers of Mania and Dementia are in a small war against each other, and you may choose which side to help out. Whatever the result, you are bathed in flame and then sent back to New Sheoth. You then choose which side to light, and are rewarded with an outfit that reflects that choice. The citizens of New Sheoth also react to your choice accordingly, which is a nice touch.
Clouds don't smell bad. They taste of butter. And tears.
From here, you are tasked by Sheogorath to take the place of either the Duke of Mania or the Duchess of Dementia. For the Duke, you must poison him with an overdosage of a powerful drug which he ingests every night. For the Duchess, you must straight up murder her and cut out her heart. Which one sounds more fun to you? The right answer is the poisoning, which involves you following the good Duke's servant to the underground silo filled with green motes, and then sneaking into the kitchen area to poison his meal.
Yes, I must attend to him.
The wrong answer is this shit right here, where I'm trying my best to sneak, and it doesn't matter because even if I actually do lose the guards, they still come running to my exact location anyways, and I really start to resent this game's combat system. But either way, I did like the Dementia reward better, so I went with that.
You wish an escort, Lord?
I think they have a thing for pain.
I was kind of hoping the Duchess flipping out and calling Sheogorath a fool would be exclusive to her, and a different storyline would split off for if you had killed her instead. But the Duke does the same thing almost verbatim, albeit a little more funnily worded. After this little confrontation, you are sent to the Fringe to fight off the incoming Order invaders. You want to hear something annoying? This quest sucks. Look at this. Look at this shit. This isn't fun. Again, this really started to sour Oblivion's combat for me. I was never a huge fan of it, but I never minded it too much. But this quest in particular really started to drive it home to me just how bad the combat is in this game. I did my best to ignore it and try to focus on the actual role-playing storyline parts of the game. The combat really starts to sour when you're forced to fight multiple of the same enemy type in order to progress with the mission. I didn't mind it as much before because my playstyle was basically just me running and jumping past everything that I didn't need to absolutely fight. And I couldn't do that in this particular scenario because I needed to talk to this soldier to progress the storyline. But I do have to admit that compared to the vanilla game, the Shivering Isles dungeons are a delight in terms of design. Some of them still aren't that great, some go on a little too long, but most of them are really fun to look at and navigate from my experience. This does include this quest and the next quest, which has you attempting to rebuild a gatekeeper in a fetch quest. This one has you running through interesting level layouts with interesting monster designs. I mean, look at this guy. I mean, he doesn't do much, but look at him. He's got some sick flips. Anyways, after you're done, you get to assemble your very own Fleshpound, and he is the very best boy any father could ask for. This was a really awesome quest reward. I know a lot of people need to have something of material value in order to justify a quest, but man, just give me cool shit like this, and I am super stoked to finish these quests. Seriously. Most of the time I'm getting useless trinkets that I'm not going to use anyway. When you make it back to Sheogorath again, he finally reveals to you the plot twist that only he can offer. That he is Jiggalog, and that he will be the one to destroy his own realm with the Knights of the Order when he finally turns back into Jiggalog.
Happens every time. The Grey March starts, Order appears, and I become Jiggalag and wipe out my whole realm!
You know, when you hear this Daedric Prince say this stuff, you tend to go, oh, dang dude, alright, what do we do? When I hear myself say it, I go, what the hell did I just say? Anyways, you're basically trying to stop Sheogorath and his alter ego from destroying his own realm. So you're off to stop the Order once again on another front, but when you return, Sheogorath tells you that your time is up as his manic and goofy demeanor shifts to be a more serious and thoughtful one.
Even at the end you make me laugh! I'm lying. That wasn't funny at all.
He then pulls off one of these classic maneuvers.
All shall crumble before Jiggalag!
And fucks clean off. This leaves you with Haskell, who tells you that there may be hope yet. You are told that you have been trained to take the Mad God's place, and if you are able to construct a new staff of Sheogorath, then you can rule the Isles in his stead, and hopefully halt his destruction as the newly reborn Jiggalag. So you go off to fetch a stick from the same area of the Water Temple where you fight your clone in Ocarina of Time, or in the Great Palace if you're super old school. Then you grab that stick and this nice lady kindly donates her eye to your cause. You jam the eye onto the stick and that's how you make a staff. Except you gotta bless it. But the problem here is that Jiggalog's newly found ally, the former Duke of Mania, has infiltrated the tree from which this blessing comes from, thus limiting its blessing capabilities. I think this is when I started to realize my biggest issue personally with the Shivering Isles. The dungeons are designed much better than the vanilla game, but they have a tendency to stretch on and on for far too long in my opinion. I particularly noticed this more with the quests where you ventured into trees. The main issue here is that I started to get this idea in my mind that the Shivering Isles aren't as unique as I remember them being, because I felt like I was trapped in a lot of the dungeons for much longer than I had anticipated. It really made me yearn and wish for more unique and interesting scenery, especially after the Vermina Daedric Shrine quest. It just feels like the realm of the Mad God of all places should have had the most interesting and varied map types in the whole game. Random voids with different colors, venturing through a seemingly normal temple door and emerging out into a snowy, mountainous bridge in one room, and then crossing that bridge and finding yourself on the inside of a volcano in the next. Just nonsense, you know? But maybe that's a bit stereotypical? I'm not really sure. I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea here. I love the Shivering Isles, even more so after going through the entire vanilla game and comparing it to them. I don't want to mindlessly nitpick, but I also don't want to mindlessly praise it. At any rate, after you wait for these big dumb lumbering idiots to open the passageways so that you can cleanse the tree, you return and empower your new staff. You are now treated as Sheogorath, and just in time as the Order invades to try to wipe you out. I guess I didn't expect too much, but I was still pretty underwhelmed by this fight. The staff is really cool and allows you to freeze everyone. So if you had stocked up on Hearts of Order, then this fight is about as simple as freezing everyone, pushing hearts in, and then fighting Jiggalog. Which seems like it's going to be tough, but I think most of the common enemies in the Shivering Isles are tougher. But I think that this may have been intentional. It seems like a super underwhelming boss fight, but then Jiggalog appears once more, telling you his story. Basically, Jiggalog was once a powerful Daedric prince who spread his order across the seas of Oblivion. Every passing moment gave him more and more control as his forces pushed onward like wildfire. Soon, the other Daedric princes felt threatened by him and cursed him with madness. Turning him into Sheogorath. At the turn of every era, Jiggalog was allowed to be himself once again, and he dominated and wiped out everything that he had built as Sheogorath. But every time that he did, he would soon revert back to his insane form, and the cycle would repeat. This was the first time that he had been defeated, and it was all because you had taken the place of Sheogorath. Because of this, the curse had been broken, and Jiggalog is free to roam once more. So, in other words, a happy ending for everyone.
Fare thee well, Sheogorath, Prince of Madness.
Plus, you get the best reward of all.
There are a number of benefits to which you are entitled, as well as a number of duties to which you must attend.
Radiant quests. All in all, I'd have to say that I'm pleasantly surprised with the content I missed in Oblivion. It was nice to not only experience a large portion of content which was new to me, but to re-experience the insanity that is the Shivering Isles. Sure, there were definitely parts of both the side quests and the Isles that were a bit lackluster, but I honestly have to say that this whole endeavor has me re-evaluating my stance on both the way I play my games and on Oblivion's overall entertainment value. So here's my quick, final breakdown of Oblivion as a whole. And I will note that I did not cover the Order of the Virtuous Blood, but can confidently say that it will not affect my judgment here. The main quest isn't horrible, but it's also not great. I'd put that at the middle ground. The Mages Guild is boring and not fun at all in my eyes. The arena is fun, but has little depth to it, obviously. The Thieves Guild is good, but it falls short of great for me. The Fighters Guild suffers from a very slow and tedious start, but ends spectacularly. The Dark Brotherhood reigns as king of all of the guild quests, hands down. The side quests which I experienced were for the most part decent, with some standout all-star quests which carried the rest. The Daedric shrines were nearly all phenomenal. And the Shivering Isles were, as always, my favorite part of the game as a whole. My final assessment is that if you haven't played this game and have any remote interest in it, please pick it up when you can. And mod it. Definitely mod it if you can. If you've played through the game in the past but can't quite remember the details, I encourage you to run through it again if I haven't completely ruined it with my videos. And if you really didn't enjoy it before, I mean, you're probably not going to like it now, let's be honest. But if you want to torment yourself anyways, I'd tell you to hit a few side quests, run through some of the Daedric shrines, hit up half of the guilds, and play through the Shivering Isles. And that's it, man. That is it. I appreciate you guys hanging out for another insert amount of time here adventure, and definitely want to weigh in on Skyrim and Morrowind at some point, as long as you guys don't kill me over them. But either way, I'll probably wind up covering some other topics between now and then, so hang tight on that. And as always, I sporadically stream on Twitch whenever my little heart desires, so you may catch me there until then. Have a good one.
Oh well, been good knowing you, kid.
Oh, I'm just so incredibly epic. No one can
I've always lived in the underworld and never ever imagined. I just can't believe I can look at my home from this angle. Say, our planet really isn't that big, is it? Oh, like how things look big when they get closer? I get that. You've been traveling for so long. Surely you've been to places way bigger than this. Don't laugh, but I used to hide in the storage room in my dad's workshop and go through old picture books. They were full of places I'd never seen before. Oceans, forests. I heard Yallo, Yarillo, right? I heard Yarillo 6 didn't used to be all snowy like this, and it had all sorts of landscapes and natural environments. They're totally magical to me. I never have imagined it myself. Maybe it's too unrealistic to wish it'd go back to the way it was, but it's good to have a dream, right? Yeah, that's the spirit. I want to see some places with a little more get up and go, you know? Still, those places wouldn't be home. Case in point, I've only been here for a while, but I'm already kind of missing the taste of the underworld air.
Welcome home, dear Nameless.
I just had quite an interesting conversation with Himiko and Mr. Yang. But that brown drink that Himiko makes, it's very... I'm not alone then. I'll be keeping a safe distance. Anyway, I learned a lot from them. I'm very grateful for that. Belobog's architects talk about the great deeds of Klapoth all the time. In our minds, Klapoth represents the single greatest power in the universe. But Himiko and Mr. Yang told me that Klapoth is far from the only Eon in the universe. For example, the enemies that invaded Belobog 700 years ago were emanators of a different Eon. I need to make sure the Silvermane guards are always at the ready.
Nice.
careful. Don't get too lost in those sweet dreams.
March, lead the counterattack. I believe in you.
So it's you. Our time spent... destined for oblivion. You won't get away. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Still waters of oblivion. You won't get away.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
The sanctuary is but a vision.
Destined for oblivion. You won't get away. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. You won't get away.
Rules are made to be broken.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Still waters of oblivion. You won't get away. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Destined for oblivion.
The sanctuary is but a vision.
You won't get away. Still waters of oblivion. You won't get away. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Destined for oblivion. You won't get away.
Rules are made to be broken.
Still waters of oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. You won't get away.
The sanctuary is but a vision.
Destined for oblivion. You won't get away.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. You won't get away. Still waters of oblivion.
you not worry. My curse is a blessing on the... Wilt here.
Barely felt it.
Rules are made to be broken.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
As you wish. You can't run!
You won't get away. Wilt here.
Try that again. Here! You can't run! Watch this awesome move! As you wish.
Fancy a coffee?
Play like how you usually...
Be careful. Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Expand your thinking.
Rules are made to be broken.
Try that again.
Open sesame.
Expand your thinking.
Rules are made to be broken.
Open sesame.
You can't run!
You won't get away. Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Expand your thinking. Open sesame.
Watch this awesome move!
Expand your thinking.
You've got a lot of nerve.
Try that again!
You won't get away.
Open sesame.
You can't run!
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Expand your thinking.
Rules are made to be broken. It'll take more than
Try
that.
that again!
Open sesame.
conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Expand your thinking.
Time for some hardship. Stand down.
Nap time.
Let's make it quick. Just a scratch.
Stand down. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Time for a shot. Nap time.
Let's go.
Leave it to me.
That'll take.
Let's make it quick.
Let me pet your wolf. That's better.
Timely treatment. Let's begin.
Nap time.
Let's go.
Timely treatment.
Let's make it quick.
Stand down.
Naughty child. Nap time.
Rules are made to be broken.
You know nothing of the way. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Time for a shot. I'm okay.
Timely treatment. Time for some hardship.
We need a strategy.
A little something for everyone.
Stay.
Down.
Stay calm. Stand down.
Nap time.
Rules are made to be broken.
Leave it to me. You know nothing of survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Naughty child.
Let's go.
Stand down.
Nap time.
Let's begin. Timely treatment.
Let's make it quick.
I'll be more careful.
Leave it to me.
That'll take.
Let's stand down.
Let me tend your wound.
Timely
Time for
treatment.
a shot. That's better.
Much better. Just a scratch.
Leave it to me. You know nothing. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Rules are made to be broken. Much better. Go.
That'll take nap time.
Let's begin.
Naughty child.
Timely. You know nothing of the way. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
for a shot. Nap time.
Timely treatment.
I'm okay. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Timely treatment.
Let's... Rules are made to be broken.
Nap time.
Let's make it quick.
Let me pin your
You know nothing of survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Just a stretch.
I'm fine.
nap time.
Time for some... Timely treatment. Leave it to me.
Time for a shot. Nap time.
Let's go. Violence is the ultimate means, and it is also my only means.
for the main
This is our chance.
Let's begin. You know nothing of the survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Time for the main event.
Keep up! Let me tend your wound.
Timely treatment.
Let's rock!
This is our chance.
Rules are made to be broken.
Need a doctor?
Stand down.
The show. Time for an encore.
I'm fine.
Turn it up!
This is our chance.
You don't look so good.
Timely treatment.
Let's go.
You don't look so good.
Stand down. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
Keep up!
Let's make it quick.
Rules are made to be broken.
Need a doctor? Turn it up!
Pretty good crowd today.
Keep up!
Let's go.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
Let me tend your wounds.
Stand down.
This song's for you.
Turn it up!
This is our chance. Let's make it quick.
Need a doctor?
Let's begin.
What's in your prescription?
Much better.
Pretty good crowd today.
Let's go.
You don't look so good.
Rules are made to be broken.
You know nothing of the survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Keep up!
Let's make it quick.
Good.
Let me tend your wounds.
Timely treatment.
This song's for Let's rock. Pretty good crowd today.
Time for some hardship. Stand down.
Leave it to me.
Time for the main. Turn it up!
This is our chance.
That's it. Ready to lose your... You can fight it, or rock with it!
Time for some hardship.
Time for the... Let's rock!
Let's go.
Let's begin.
Rules are made to be broken. This is our chance.
Timely treatment. Stand down. I can't relax just yet.
Let's rock!
You don't look so good.
Timely treatment.
Keep at it. Keep at it.
A little something for everyone.
You know nothing of the weight behind this power. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it, or rock with it!
Rules are made to be broken.
Stand down.
This song's... Turn it up!
Let's begin.
Pretty good crowd today. Time for the keep up!
Let's make it quick.
Leave it to me.
Turn it up!
Let's go. Let's make it quick.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it, or rock with it!
Rules are made to be broken.
You don't look so good.
Much better.
Let's begin.
This song's for you. Let's rock!
Let's go.
You know nothing. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Let me...
Much better.
Leave it to me.
Let's make it quick.
Pretty good crowd today. Let's rock! Time for an encore. Keep up!
Let's go.
Timely treatment.
This song's for you.
Let's be good.
Time for the main event. Turn it up!
What's in your prescription?
Ready to jam.
Much better.
Pretty good. Let's rock.
We need a strategy.
A little something for everyone.
Stay. Stay calm.
Keep up!
Leave it to me.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it! Turn it up! Keep up!
This is our chance. Rules are made to be broken.
Timely treatment. Stand down.
It'll take more than that.
This song's for you. Turn it up!
Let's make it quick. Much better.
What's in your prescription?
Ready to jam.
It'll take more than that.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it!
You know nothing of the weight. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Pretty good crowd today. Keep up! Time.
Let's.
Let me vitamin.
Timely treatment.
Let's rock! Pretty good crowd.
Let's begin.
See the doctor?
Ready to jam.
What's in your prescription?
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it!
You know nothing. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Rules are made to be broken.
Let's rock!
Leave it to me. Let's begin. Stand down.
This is our chance. Let's make it quick.
Timely treatment. Leave it to me.
This song's for you. Let's rock! Team is not over! Time for an encore!
You
for.
know nothing of survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Let me pen your... What is your prescription?
Timely treatment. Let's begin.
Pretty good crowd today.
Just a scratch.
Ready to lose your... You can fight it, or rock with it!
Time for some harsh good.
Rules are made to be broken.
This song's for you. Keep up! Let's rock!
Leave it to me.
Ready to jam.
You know nothing of survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Turn it up!
Let's begin.
What is your prescription?
Ready to lose your... You can fight it, or rock with it! Ready to jam.
This is...
Let me pen your wound.
This song's for you. Keep up!
Leave it to me.
Let me pen your wound.
Let's begin.
Pretty good. Let's rock!
Let's go. Rules are made to be broken.
You know nothing of survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it, or rock with it!
What is your prescription?
Timely treatment.
This song, turn it up!
Let's...
Leave it to me.
You don't know.
Pretty good crowd. Let's rock!
Let's begin.
This song's for you. Keep up!
Let me pen your wound.
Let's
Ready
go.
to jam. the... Turn it up!
This is our chance.
You don't look so good.
Stand down.
Pretty good crowd today. Keep up!
Rules are made to be broken.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it, or rock with it!
Time for some hardship.
What's in your prescription?
Much better.
Time for the main event. Turn it up!
Leave it to me. Let's begin.
Let's make it quick.
This song's for you. Keep up! You don't look so good.
Leave it to me. Stand down.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it, or rock with it!
You know nothing of the survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Pretty good crowd today. Let's rock! This song's for you. Turn it up!
Let's go.
Keep up!
Let's make it quick. Let's...
Need a doctor? Vitamin! Ready to jam.
Let's begin. Stand down.
Pretty good crowd today.
Let's make it quick.
You don't look so good. Ready to jam.
Time for some hardship. I'm fine.
What's in your prescription? Ready to jam. Turn it up! Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it, or rock with it!
Rules are made to be broken.
Not bad.
This is our chance.
Need a doctor?
Leave it to me. Let's begin. Stand down.
Let's rock!
Let's go.
Let me pen your vitamin! Ready to jam.
batting. We need a strategy.
Stay focused. You know nothing of the way. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. Stand down.
Pretty good crowd today. Turn it up!
Need a doctor?
On my command. Rules are made to be broken.
Keep up! Turn it up!
Let me tend your wounds.
This ends here.
What is your prescription?
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it! Keep up!
Let's make it quick.
Seize the initiative.
Got a step closer.
That won't stop me. You know not survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Time for the main event. Turn it up!
Let's go.
Need a doctor?
Leave it to me.
Pretty good crowd today. Keep up! Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it!
Rules are made to be broken.
Time for some hardship.
Stay focused.
This song's for you. Let's rock!
Let me tend your wounds.
In the name of preservation. Take more than that.
Pretty good crowd today. This song's Let's rock!
On my command.
What is your prescription?
Time and treatment. You know nothing of the survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. Stand down.
Stay focused. This ends here.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it!
You bully!
Ready to jam. Turn it up!
Let's make it quick. This is our chance. Rules are made to be broken. We stand together in the name of preservation.
Show must be time for an encore.
Need a doctor?
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. Let's
Ready
begin.
to jam.
Stand down.
Pretty good crowd today.
Turn it up.
Let's make it quick.
Ready to lose your... You can fight it or rock with it.
Rules are made to be broken. Time to finish
This show must
in the
go
name
on.
of conservation!
Timely treatment. Leave it to me. Let's begin.
What's in your prescription?
Timely treatment. You know nothing. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Not a step closer! This ends here!
Leave it to me.
Let me tend your wounds.
Much better. Time to finish this! Take more than that! In the name of conservation!
Good bully.
Not a step closer! This ends here!
Where's the doctor? Anyone?
I'm not done yet.
So it's you.
Still
Still waters of oblivion. You won't get away.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. You won't get away. Destined for oblivion. You won't get away. Still waters of oblivion.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. You won't get away. Destined for oblivion. Still waters of oblivion. You won't get away.
Rules are made to be broken.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. You won't get away.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
You won't get away. Destined for oblivion.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Still waters of oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Destined for oblivion. You won't get away. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Still waters of oblivion. You won't get away.
Rules are made to be broken.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Destined for oblivion. You won't get away. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. You won't get away. Still waters of oblivion. You won't get away. Destined for oblivion. Still waters of oblivion.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. You won't get away. Destined for oblivion. You won't get away.
Rules are made to be broken.
You won't get away.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Still waters of oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. You won't get away. Destined for oblivion. Still waters of oblivion. You won't get away.
Rules are made to be broken.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. You won't get away.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Destined for oblivion. You won't get away. Still waters of oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. You won't get away.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Destined for oblivion. Still waters of oblivion. You won't get away. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Destined for oblivion. You won't get away.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Still waters of oblivion. You won't get away. Destined for oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Still waters of oblivion. You won't get away. Again.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Destined for oblivion. You won't get away. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
With countless marvelous sights to be seen, I couldn't possibly consider stopping here.
So it's you. This one's still waters of oblivion.
Rules are made to be broken.
You can't run! Oh, barely felt it. Try that again.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Destined for oblivion.
Here! Watch this awesome move!
waters of oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Destined for oblivion.
Rules are made to be broken.
Try that again.
You've got a lot of nerve.
Still waters of oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Destined for oblivion.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Here! Watch this awesome move! Try that again.
Still waters of oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Destined for oblivion.
You won't get away.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Still waters of oblivion.
Rules are made to be broken.
Try that again. You can't run.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
It's still early. Where to now?
Today me is even more awesome than yesterday me.
Youthful energy is a good thing, but I'd appreciate a heads up before you make any moves, March.
Wanna guess how many more cups of coffee you need to down?
Open sesame. You won't get away.
Watch this awesome move.
I'm fine.
You won't get away.
Expand your thinking.
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Open sesame.
You won't
get away.
I'm fine.
Try that again.
You won't get away.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Expand your thinking.
Watch this awesome move.
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Open sesame. You won't get away.
You can't run.
You won't get away. Expand your thinking. Open sesame.
Just as the databank requires updating, so I must keep evolving.
I'm counting on you to wrap this up, Himiko.
So it's you. Our time spent.
Try that again.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Again, just for oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
You won't get away.
You can't run. Watch this awesome move.
Rules are made to be broken.
Still waters of oblivion.
You're annoying.
You won't get away.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Justice for oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Just
conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
The passion of yesteryear isn't all that returned. Having you here gives me peace of mind, Dan Heng. Still, best not to push yourself too hard.
Even before the abyss of a black hole. We still have a choice.
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Destined for oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Barely felt it. You can't run! Watch this awesome move!
Still waters of oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Destined for oblivion.
Try that again.
Again.
You can't run.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Still waters of oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Destined for oblivion.
You're annoying! Watch this awesome move!
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. waters of oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
One day, I'll grow up and protect everyone.
Harmony and unison. It's okay. It's okay.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. I'm fine.
Stars echo.
Yep.
You can't run. Watch this awesome move.
I'm fine.
Try that again.
Magic pace, way to the beat. Hands up, embrace who you wanna be. We're reaching heights unseen. Ooh, oh, oh, oh. Feel the fire deep within. You're the key to where my trust begins. Join my dream, it's just the right time. Oh, oh, oh. Leave it all behind. Get ready now. Rise up into my
I'm on it, well, Mr. Yang.
Your call. I can take either side.
Never hesitate! Too slow.
That won't do. Forever.
Triumphant! Victory is inevitable!
You won't get away.
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
The fearless knows not fear. Never hesitate! Too slow.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Forever.
Triumphant! Victory is
won't get away.
Just a scratch.
The fearless knows not fear. Go!
Rules are made to be broken.
That won't do. Never hesitate.
What?
Forever triumphant. Victory is inevitable.
You won't get away.
The fearless knows not fear. That won't do. Never hesitate.
What?
Too slow.
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Forever triumph. Victory is inevitable.
Just a scratch.
The fearless knows not fear. That won't do.
The good stuff is further ahead. Don't stop now.
Your call. I can take either side. Never hesitate. Too slow. For your sins. For your sins.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Forever triumphant. Victory is inevitable. The fearless knows not fear. That won't do.
The redemption. Judgment is here. For your sins.
The sanctuary is but a vision. Break!
Forever triumphant. Victory is inevitable.
You won't get away.
Rules are made to be broken.
Never hesitate. Too slow. That won't do.
For your sins.
Forever triumphant. Victory is inevitable.
You won't get away.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
The fearless knows not fear.
The redemption.
conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Forever. Triumph! Victory is inevitable!
As the protagonist of your own story, it's up to you.
My healing skills are second to none.
Living? That's all a big hustle and bustle. But life's all about savoring the moment.
It's still early. Where to now?
Drop by the Realm Keeping Commission if you need it.
Extractor cleaned or your star skip serviced? Look no further.
Excuse me, guest from another world. Please spare me a moment of your time. Do you yearn for immortality? I understand. Eternal life is indeed a kind of power, wouldn't you say? Well, not much can be done for you then, brother. What a peculiar person you are. I'll tell it to you straight. To Outworlders, I offer the chance of immortality. But perhaps someone like you would be better off joining the Antimatter Legion. Regardless of what you choose, let's keep our voices down, eh? This isn't the kind of conversation you can have out in the open. Before you can grasp absolute power, you must yearn for immortality, don't you think? The problem is that the Xianzhou Alliance doesn't care one bit about the well-being of short-life species. They stubbornly blockade the glorious path to immortality. My name is Green Hibiscus. I came to Exalting Sanctum in hopes of a fated encounter with one such as yourself. One who is also on the road to immortality. What do you say? How about we find a more suitable spot to talk about all this? Let's make haste. There are too many people here to linger. Here we are. This is the place. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. If it were so easy, we'd be a far larger group, and there'd be no need for secrecy. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am a member of the Disciples of Sanctus Medicus. I was unable to expose my true identity in Exalting Sanctum, but now I can reveal everything. The Disciples of Sanctus Medicus is a devout group, holding firm in their belief that Merciful Medicus is the one ultimate faith. As followers, we refer to ourselves as disciples, dedicated to our cause. If you wish to gain the means to immortality, then you must become a disciple. But to become a disciple, you must first pass several small trials. Please excuse me. Our expansion has unfortunately attracted the attention of those devilish Archer followers. If we are not careful, the consequences could be unthinkable. No need to be concerned about him. Much like yourself, he is here to undergo the trials. Every species yearns for the favor and curing of Merciful Medicus, regardless of whether they have heard of the abundance or not. Foxians yearn to cure themselves of their 300-year lifespan. The Videodora yearn to cure themselves of the pain of reincarnation and lack of progeny. As for Xianzhou natives, they long to cure themselves of the torture of becoming Mara-struck. Of course, we know that this torture is rather a kind of blessed evolution. To return to your question, Sanctus Medicus can cure the aging that short-lived species face, along with disease and death. Sanctus Medicus can do for you what they did for the Xianzhou natives. Only those led astray by followers of the devilish Archer could despise Merciful Medicus. Sadly, there are many such people. Too many. What you seek, you will surely find. Merciful Medicus is magnanimous. They do not lightly refuse a prayer. As such, the initiation trials for the Disciples of Sanctus Medicus are nothing arduous. All you must do is transcribe this copy of Thousand-Handed Merciful Medicus's Salvation 500 times by hand. This will allow your brothers and sisters to trust your faith, and you to become a disciple. This scripture is central to the disciples. You must maintain a pious heart during the transcription. It would be best if you could memorize the text. Of course, this is but the first trial. Once you have become a disciple, you will undergo numerous others. Don't worry. A traditional Xianzhou brush and ink stone has been prepared for you. Smooth action and an ergonomic design. I myself transcribed 50,000 copies with such instruments. Where are you going? The trial isn't over.
Stop writing! Get over here! Took you long enough. I know you. You're General Jingyuan's honored guest. Wait a second. You're here undercover, right? So am I. I'm a Cloud Knight from the Exalting Sanctum Garrison. That green hibiscus has been sneaking around spreading heretical lies for a while now. That's why I'm here, to spy on him. They were suspicious of me as soon as I arrived. It took a lot of effort to make them believe I wanted to become a disciple. I have my reasoning. Cults like this want to recruit people with influence in law and order. I wanted them to know I was a Cloud Knight. Always know your enemy. Shh! Keep your voice down. These disciples don't miss much. If they discover us, we won't make it out of here. You can trust me with the transcription. I spent over 150 years pen pushing in the Seat of Divine Foresight before I became a Cloud Knight. I could do this in my sleep. Listen carefully. I help you copy the text, you cover for me, and I get word out to the Seat of Divine Foresight.
Take your time, still your mind, and transcribe the text. Allow the beautiful enlightenment of thousand-handed, merciful Medicus's salvation to permeate your being. You're finished? So soon? Let me see. Yes, it would appear you are finished. A fast and accurate transcription. It seems you are destined for immortality. Calm yourself. The initiation is divided into 2 steps. You and the Cloud Knight have completed the first. Now, only the second remains.
Sure, but can it wait till tomorrow? I'm supposed to be on duty right now. They'll get suspicious if I don't head back soon.
No need to worry. The second step is extraordinarily simple. It'll all be over soon enough. The disciple's initiation is governed by the following principle. Never accept who you suspect, and never suspect who you accept. So, it's time for you two to battle it out. Whoever survives will officially become a disciple. Excellent. The disciples of Sanctus Medicus love enthusiastic new blood. Well then, show us what you're made of.
Whoa. You're kidding, right? We came here to lengthen our lifespans, not shorten them. You can't just make us fight like this.
We aren't forcing you to fight. By all means, refuse if you wish. But we won't possibly be able to let either of you leave.
Fine. But at least let me prepare. I've never done anything like this before.
Very well. But you'll need to ask your opponent, too. Good. Then prepare yourselves. Time is precious. Make it quick.
Listen, I have an idea that will let you join the disciples of Sanctus Medicus and let me get the heck out of here in one piece. You and I fight, and I lose to you. I pretend that you finish me off. Then you pretend to help them remove my body by dragging me out of here. That way, we both accomplish our objectives. Oh, I've seen your skills. Please don't mess up and actually kill me. Good. I knew I could trust you. My life is in your hands.
So, have you prepared yourselves? Are you ready to fight? And you, Cloud Knight?
I'm ready.
Then, let's begin.
Well then, take this!
Let's begin.
Too late to repent.
I have something for you.
Let's.
What magnificent skill! He was fierce, but no match for you. I'm glad you prevailed. That Cloud Knight waltzed straight up to us in uniform and asked if he could join. Hardly a convincing spectacle. I doubt I ever could have trusted him. Purple chrysanthemum, blue peach. Find somewhere to dispose of the body. Oh, you've dealt with this kind of thing before? A long-time associate, eh? You're well connected, I see. This does have its advantages. Our brothers and sisters have been proselytizing and exalting Sanctum over the last few days. We may have attracted the attention of the devils. Having you dispose of the Cloud Knight will be safer. As such, this can be your first mission as a disciple. You take an active approach to getting things done. I'll be sure to pass that on to my superiors. In any case, my hearty congratulations on your admission to the Disciples of Sanctus Medicus. From now on, you will be known by the code name, Grey Peony. Well, Grey Peony, let's depart separately to avoid attracting attention. We'll rendezvous at a different location later. Until then.
I did a good job playing dead, didn't I? Those people are out of their minds. Watch your step next time you're around them. With your skills, you've got a better chance than most. I should report back to the Seat of Divine Foresight. Stay safe, friend.
What does that mean? It's just a picture. Are we supposed to meet someone there? It's like one of those messages a kidnapper sends in a horror movie.
That's enough of that. Come on, let's go.
If push comes to shove, I'm counting on you, Himeko.
Hurry up, Qingque. We'll be fossils by the time you're finished.
I heard there was a disaster in the Divination Commission's delve? I'm surprised you're in the mood to play right now, Qingque.
Even if the sky was gonna collapse on the Divination Commission, the Master Diviner would be there to hold it up. What she lacks in height, she more than makes up for in stamina. Anyway, I didn't come here just to play. She ordered me to wait here for our guests. Time is precious. I'm simply multitasking. It's the place in the photo, all right. Is this a games parlor? What kind of problem can they possibly be facing? Isn't this hand a problem? I have the worst luck. Oh, hi there! I can tell just by looking at you that you're the Divination Commission's guests. I know, I'm sorry. I was going to wait for you by the statue, but... Ah! Triplet! But folks from the Realm Keeping Commission descended on the area. It's too loud over there now. Pass! Pass! So I thought to myself, wouldn't it be better to meet somewhere quieter? Four of a kind! And wouldn't that be more fun, too? Better to show you the real Exalting Sanctum and introduce you to a true Xianzhou pastime, Celestial Jade! Haha! Victory! Now that my wish has been fulfilled, there's nothing holding us back. Follow me, honored guests. I must apologize for your long wait, honored guests.
It wasn't too long. Seeing
Green Hibiscus agreed to meet me here, but there's no sight of him. What gives?
It's an ancient tree. We call it the Ambrosial Arbor. It was once the Xianzhou Luofu's prized treasure. I didn't know the Skyfaring Commission were history buffs. Not bad. Younger generations usually don't know much about it. It's said that the Ambrosial Arbor is an ancient remnant from when the Xianzhou roamed the ether. From a distance, it looks like half a tree stump. But according to records of the early nation, in its prime, it wound into the heavens, and from it celestial bodies hung. Meaning?
It means the tree was as tall as the sky and stars hung from its branches.
So, how big was it? Bigger than the Express? Bigger than Herta Space Station? No, that can't be right. Stars hung from its branches. Then, how did it fit in the Xianzhou? Those are metaphors. You shouldn't take poetry so literally. Anyway, it's just a legend. I see this view every day on my way to work. I'm kind of bored of it. Let's go.
I don't believe in your extractor cleaned or your star skiff serviced?
We're almost there, everyone. Stay close.
Your extractor cleaned or your star skiff?
You'd be a tool to miss a tile in
Further.
Just a heads up, please don't go running off once we're inside. You may be the Master Diviner's guests, but she hates people who don't abide by rules and regulations. Oh, and people who ask too many questions, not to mention... Please, don't push her buttons.
We're just here for the questioning. We'll leave as soon as it's over.
won't get away.
I have something for you.
Let's begin.
Tough luck.
Leave it to me. Let's go.
Time for...
Night!
Let's begin. Stand down.
Let's make it quick. No match for me. Looks good. Is that all? So that's how it works.
You won't get away.
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
So strange. Oh, let me guess, the gate isn't working? I don't understand. It's never been locked before. And no one told me to take a key. Hey, I know the food here sucks, but that's no reason to shut the gate on our guests. Are you really from the Divination Commission? No way. She's already demoted me to managing the repository. What else does she want from me? There's no need to panic, okay? This isn't the only entrance into the Divination Commission. I know an emergency access. Here it is. Ugh, Stellaron corrosion. What's going on? Great. This gate won't open either. Are We've kept the Master Diviner waiting. No doubt she'll blame unreliable Qingzhe for messing up once again. I knew I'd offended that Diviner. That's why she sent this girl to help us.
Miss Qingzhe, if you don't mind, may I take a look?
Huh? Oh, no need. Actually, I was just being polite. I don't see why not. Let me show you. This thing is pretty fun. Wow, you're amazing, Mr. Yang. You handled that well for an outsider. I officially hand over the title of Keeper of the Loafing Gate to you. Anyone here surprised? Anyone?
Here comes trouble.
Can't we run around to them for a change?
Let's go.
You won't get away.
My turn!
Let's begin. Stand down.
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
You won't get away.
Let's make it quick.
Tough luck running into me!
Just a scratch.
You're annoying!
Leave it to me. Stand down.
I have something for you.
My turn! You couldn't have done it without me.
Let's begin.
Time for an overhaul.
This is our chance.
You won't get away.
Try that again!
I'm fine. Leave it to me. Stand down.
I have something.
You couldn't have done it without me.
You won't get away.
Let's go.
I'm sorry, the Cloud Knights have orders from the Master Diviner to secure the Commission's safety. The area up ahead is temporarily closed.
I meant Chinchua. I didn't expect to see her here during work hours.
That's unfair. I'm working hard. Look, these are the guests the Master Diviner wants to meet.
A rare honor.
That's unfair. I'm working hard. That's unfair. I'm working hard. Are you talking about us this time?
Yes. The Master Diviner rarely allows outsiders. She likes her peace and quiet. If you want to see the Master Diviner, head straight to the Matrix of Prescience. They're short of hands. The Master Diviner is run off her feet, and the Cloud Knights stationed there are driving away evil spirits. I don't know when they'll be done.
This is the Matrix of Prescience, a large-scale Jade Abacus calculation terminal. It's the pride and joy of the Divination Commission.
We've heard the term Jade Abacus a few times now. Would you mind explaining what it is, Miss Qingque?
A Jade Abacus is just... a Jade Abacus. That's a good question, Mr. Yang. It might take me a minute to give you an answer. Let me think. The book, Glimpses into the Beyond, describes it as living jade engraved with symbols for divination into the unknown. Just like engraving a seal, the craftsmen of the Xianzhou Artisanship Commission carve faint symbols into pieces of jade and then insert them into machines to get them to operate according to a certain intention. Some jade abacuses are small enough to fit inside bracelets and jewelry. We put the bigger ones into instruments of calculation, so we can simulate the future and learn from the past. Take the Matrix of Prescience here as an example. As long as sufficient information is provided, it can answer questions on anything, from the evolution of natural phenomena to the metabolism of living things. They say the theory behind the symbols was handed down by Noose, the Wisdom Walker. The principles are so profound that in the Divination Commission, only the Master Diviner truly understands them.
It sounds like similar technology. Maybe we'll get a better understanding if we see the manufacturing process with our own eyes.
I'm afraid that's impossible. The Artisanship Commission's Hall of Jadeology keeps a close watch over the jade carving process. But if you're interested, there's a shop selling Jade Abacus jewelry in Starskiff Haven. I can show you around when I'm free.
Did you hear that? She said she's taking Mr. Yang jewelry shopping. That'll be interesting.
Anyway, don't dwell on names. As long as the machine works, what does it matter whether it's a Jade Abacus or a computer? Just like today, would it have mattered if Baichue had brought you here instead of Qingque? It makes no difference at all. We're almost at the Matrix of Prescience Core. The Master Diviner should be waiting.
Diviner Fu, how are things progressing?
We're fluctuating between the Heaven and Thunder trigrams. A step forward bridges no distance hence.
And for those who don't speak Fushen?
It's an utter disaster. How's that for a Divination Commission fortune? The Matrix of Prescience has stopped operating, and the symbols have dimmed. There are Stellaron spirits wreaking havoc inside the Commission, and the Cloud Knights are struggling to protect civilians.
I want to restore the Matrix of Prescience, but I have no forces available. And on top of all of that, General, we still have to deal with the Stellaron Hunter you handed to us. If that's not an utter disaster, then I don't know what is.
But you're Fu Shen, the seer. The boundless, omniscient. Bringing luck and avoiding misfortune is your strong suit, isn't it?
You don't need to flatter me, General. It's natural for fortune to fluctuate. There's no escaping it. The Divination Commission simply does its best to uncover the good and the bad and then make the right decisions. We have no magical means to turn the tide.
And that is precisely why we need you in charge. When it comes to handling clairvoyant Stellaron hunters, who better than Fu Shen the Seer? As for reinforcements, you didn't think I'd be unprepared, did you? Look, help has just arrived.
Master Diviner, I brought you the guests. Though, it wasn't your order I received.
So, General, even guests are on the payroll these days?
Well, since they're here already, I may as well make use of them.
Entering the Matrix of Prescience without my permission is a breach of protocol. Would be an ungracious thing to say in the present circumstances. I admit I'm pleasantly surprised to see you here. Qingque is often unreliable, but she comes through for us when the need arises. I was waiting for the Matrix of Prescience to resume operations so that you might gain insight into my divination techniques. It was rude of me to keep you waiting so long.
No need for the formalities. We heard what the General said. If you need something from us, just say the word.
Very well, then I'll keep this brief. The Divination Commission is currently understaffed. I need your help to restart the Matrix of Prescience's space terminals and eliminate the Stellaron spirits along the way. Yes, but you needn't worry. You have my permission. Qingque will accompany you. She'll be in charge of restarting the terminal. As for eliminating the spirits...
I hath divined our future. We are destined to be errand runners. Forever.
What? Which magic word?
The universal one? Please?
Please.
Good enough.
Qingque, restarting the base terminals will be your responsibility. Oh, and forget everything you saw and heard just now.
Is this what I get? No reward and a bunch of extra work?
The Master Diviner wants me to restart the Matrix of Prescience's base terminals. And bring you along for the ride. I worked so hard on getting transferred to the repository. It's the best place to slack off and be invisible. Now I actually have career prospects. This is terrible. If I screw it up, they might fire me. But if I get it done right, they'll send me more work. I'm gonna ask more questions next time. I could be playing Celestial Jade right now.
It's been a while, my Astro guest. Thanks to you, the Law Fu has successfully brought Kafka to justice. I am truly grateful. There hadn't been a single Stellaron hunter arrest since the Interastral Peace Corporation issued their bounty. This is a victory for the Xianzhou. Fu Shen's Matrix of Prescience was able to go one step further than Kafka. To maintain the upper hand, I had to keep it a surprise. I hope this hasn't made you doubt my sincerity.
Next time, maybe ease off on the surprises?
I promise to be more transparent next time. At present, Kafka has no intention of speaking, and the Stellaron hunter's motives remain unknown. We must rely on the power of the Divination Commission to unearth the truth.
Unearth the truth? You mean interrogate Kafka with the Matrix of Prescience?
Precisely. The Matrix of Prescience is the Divination Commission's ultimate weapon. It was originally used to calculate navigation routes and predict future events. But the secrets of the Stellaron hunters cannot remain hidden any longer. I have no choice but to move beyond conventional protocol. We must use divination to ascertain Kafka's intent. Everything hinges on restoring the Matrix of Prescience, which is why I would like you to help Diviner Fu complete the setup. I am eternally grateful for your assistance.
We need a strategy.
Stay.
Burn away!
Stay calm. Stand down.
I can't run!
Mr. Yang,